Why can't it all slow for a moment? Give us all time to breathe. Why don't they know that every GI needs his time on leave? You know deep down this just can't last year after year. So stand up, I can show you how hearts of metal still can feel. Hearts of metal still can feel. That's of sorrow still can heal. It's your past that makes you real. True fearless terror breaking through, show the world its error. Hearts of metal still can feel. Hearts of metal still can feel. Past of sorrow still can heal. It's your past that makes you real. You have to see. Don't lock away the path to break yourself free. Hearts of metal still can feel.
Ohayo ta! Guten Morgen, guten Abend, guten Nacht, hallo! Hello! Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Everyone, it is me, Himawari. Hello, Oncey, hello, Fake Nicks. Hello, everyone! Hello! Something's glitching, hold on. Aha! Yes, today is gonna be one of those laid-back days because I almost forgot to stream completely. Shoutouts to Flaming for reminding me that I'm supposed to be streaming. I have been a little bit out of it. Also, we're having this bug again, where my mask just decides to come on and hop off. It's great. Mask on! Mask off! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I guess we just have the mask right now. Okay. Hi, I'm Himawari. How are you? I like writing books. I like playing video games. No, I don't have a general plan for how my streaming career is gonna go. Mostly, I'm just hanging out, because my main goal is to hang out and have people have a good time. Hi, my eyes are little dots right now. Are you intimidated? You should be. Let me, oh, hold on. Whoa. Ears. Hi, how's it going, everybody? Dinner and a stream sounds good to me. Yeah, no, we're gonna hang out today And I'm going to work on my book. It's a good Friday morning where I am. Well, I am glad that you are having a good Friday, and I'm glad that everyone is having the day that they're having, because it would be bad if you were having somebody else's day. Unless that person had a really good day, in which case maybe you want their day instead. I realize this is a nothing statement, but I'm a nothing person sometimes. Yes. So, I've been working on book. Book make happy. Book happy make work do. So, as anyone who was here for the Wednesday streams would know, and I realize most of my folks are the usual folks, and it's good to hang out with you, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart. Appreciate every single one of you regulars who comes in. Ooh, do we have this at the appropriate distance from my face? I don't know. I don't know. So I was told that you're supposed to talk across this, not into it, and I still don't know what that necessarily means, but hey, we're gonna, figure that out one step at a time. Either way, either way. Those of you who have been here before will recognize the story that I'm working on. Those of you who have not may not recognize the story I'm working on. And some of you who have even been here may not recognize it because I have it split into multiple acts, and I have it split into multiple chapters. So far, we managed to get to 50,000 words in the actual work here. And I'm going to be going back through what I've been doing in Act 1 as opposed to Act 0. I'm splitting them into acts every time I get, like, a major story paradigm shift thingy. I like your story and I like how the plot's going. I take you. See, I'm just happy to be working on it because it gives me an opportunity to work through some shit. And with this time of year, there's a lot to work through. So, we're just going to trauma dump into the page and hope for the best, right? As we all know, trauma dumping is the single most helpful thing you can do and does not piss off the people around you and does not make you less stable. Totally. Definitely. Yep. That's true. So, we are going to try and build out a chapter today. So, I've got a new chapter that I'm going to go over. I'm injecting it into an old position. I go through a lot of, reworks and reworks and reworks, so by the time the book's done, it's probably not going to look anything like it did when we first got things done here. I've been adjusting the actual font size and also apparently breaking some pages. I've been dealing with some issues with Open LibreOffice. I use the open text documents. We've got some work that needs to be done. I've got some analyzation that needs to be reworked over. Depends on the circumstances, but mostly that's true. Listen, I need to bottle up all of my frustration, all of my pain, my sadness, my anger, and then I just let it build and build and build until we eventually let it out in like a wall of pain and suffering. You get that? A wall. Build the wall. Except in this case, it's build the wall of suffering. So I'm gonna find... There you are. So I've got all the way up to chapter 22. Yeah, 22. I've got a big action scene that I added in to round out the current version of it. We're going to redo some of this stuff. I like building this because over time we are seeing how the story modifies, we're seeing how things change, and we're building a nice little environment here that feels good to me at the very least. So I've been doing some adjustments to some of the existing chapters. There's some micro adjustments. There's the inclusion of an entire new chapter here that is more action movie sequence than anything else. I've also got the first half of a two-parter chapter that I've added into an earlier segment on the book in order to try and build out some stories that I have written out off to the side. As I've said before, this is one of those things that I have an outline, I have ideas. Most of what I have is a timeline of events and technologies and things that exist in the setting, and I'm running it similar to the terrible methods that I use for running my tabletop RPGs, which always turns out well. But the difference is this time I can write something, go, hold on, that doesn't make any fucking sense, then rewrite the earlier bits to make it make sense. Kind of. Sometimes. It usually just bloats the entire page work. So one of the issues that I've noticed here is that the second half is 15,000 words, right? The first half is 40,000 words. And I'm not sure how to deal with it. So you'll see, like, if we just go through here and we look at the chapters, right? you can see that one chapter here, chapter 0, is 1, 2, 3 pages, right? Chapter 1 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pages. Chapter 2 is 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 7 pages. So you can see that there's a lot of, like, page variation on the length here. As we're just, like, going through this, there's a lot of the earlier bits that are very much, undeniably so, longer here than they are anywhere else. And I'm not entirely sure, because, again, a lot of the stuff that I'm doing here is just doing the description of the environment, doing the description of, like, the smells, the sights, the sounds, the tastes. What are they feeling? What are they thinking? What are they doing? And as we get further into this stuff, a lot of the chapters are getting shorter because there's just not as much that I can describe that isn't just redescribing what's from the older chapters. I'd like to be able to get into a position, because we do still have some of the chapters that are fairly short and some that are fairly long. I'd like to get into a position where I have the same rough amount of, like, hyper attention to detail that we have in some of these earlier ones and the later ones without it bogging down. The one thing I will say is that the second half of the work so far definitely has a better flow in terms of the actual speed of things. Once you get, like, into a lot of this stuff, it's... a lot of the early book is establishing the world, establishing people, establishing settings. In the later books, in the later chapters of the book, there are still a lot of, like, establishing. But it also kind of has a much more breakneck pace that starts to feel... it's speeding up in the sense that the chapters are shorter, but it still feels loaded down with a bunch of information. And I would ideally like to be able, atop of everything else, to have 3 major things. I would like each segment of this work that I'm working on to have a distinctive, iconic feel to it that lets people go in and experience a setting, right? I like the idea that each of the individual groupings has its own unique feel, and you dip and dive into other bits, but it's still one cohesive slice of life. In a way, the story that I'm writing here is itself a slice of life work, in the sense that it's not necessarily about the story itself, it's about the people and how they interact with that story. And I do think, very, very much so, that the stories that are on display here, that the things that are going on here, will long-term ebb and flow in and out of each other, creating a finalized product that actually feels like you've lived in this world, right? That's my goal here. I'm treating a sci-fi book as a fantasy book, in a way. And this is more of a war novel, but at the same time there's a lot of stuff that's not the war because it's about the people in the war. It's a story about finding hope inside of the darkness of war. It's about finding out how people handle these things and dealing with stressors, dealing with bad situations, and why good and bad people will oftentimes make the same sort of decision for different reasons, and how sometimes there's no right answer, but there is the moral answer. I also want to try and explore elements of actual nation building and whatnot in this, but again, all of that, it's very lofty, obscure goals, right? Let's be fair here, chat. Let's be absolutely fair. The majority of what I'm doing here, it's not so capable that I can do it, right? I'm still trying. I'm still gonna try. We have an entire, like, segment here of, like, these flashbacks. I'd like to try and do more of that stuff. To move through with some of the stuff that I've got here going on. I've got Chapter 12, which I added in. I moved... Okay, so I added in Chapter 12, which is a nice little, road trip chapter that's supposed to kind of decompress after the horror of the first, 7 chapters, I'd say. Because let's be fair here. What do we got? We have, like, the... early on in these, right? You have a lot of build-up. You have the... I've modified Chapter 0 to add some extra world building, some extra, like, mech combat stuff. We go through the first 4 chapters, if I remember right. About the first 4 chapters are all kind of build up to understanding of the world. Chapter 3 is where we have the brother-sister team, where we introduce the other perspective of the enemy combatants. What I like about that is we get that little, like, pullback where it's just, hey, there aren't really comedically evil, ruin everything, destroy all the things forever characters in this. Everybody has their own story, and a lot of them feel like they are the heroes even when they're objectively incorrect. Anytime I'm putting somebody from their perspective, I try to make sure that the character that is running the chapter, because every one of these chapters is written from the perspective of the character that's in it, right? We've talked about this before. Every single character writes the chapter they're in. And that's something I want to get good and proper. So you have Kruger, who has more of the, like, noticing the world around him. We have, I'd like to say we've got Horst, who is more of an optimist, more of like a look on the bright side of things, who treats the world more beautiful and wonderful. You have 9L, who's tired and worn down, and she sees the kind of, like, fanatical derangement that her brother's going through. We have the different members of the Epsilon fire teams, who are each getting their own chapter. The only one who does not have their own chapter at the moment, Sigismund has part of a chapter. By the way, as a side note, YouTube's chat box, there used to be a little purple crown thing with the word 0xp, but for now it's missing. Oh, I turned that off for this stream, because you can finally, like, turn it on and off. That XP thing, I think, is just supposed to incentivize people giving money to the channel and talking in chat. I just turned it off for now. If people want it back, I'll turn it back on, because at the end of the day, I stream for you guys as much as I stream for me. And if you guys have a feature that you really, really want on the stream, I'll toss that shit on. Like, I mean, I put, like, the chat box stuff on screen. I put, like, a lot of stuff for me. Like, I like the spinning possum and the time clock in the corner. Mostly because I like being able to go, no matter what happens, you'll be able to see how much time I've spent. With each of the chapters, every single one of these chapters is from somebody's perspective. I do need to do a Kristoff-focused chapter. We have Chapter 4, which is Sigismund's chapter until it breaks down into the only chapter in the book that is that sort of omniscient third person, right? And I wanted really badly with Chapter 4 to kind of do these cinematic-type cuts, right? I'm writing this poorly as a sort of almost anime, because I really like the idea of taking serious concepts and people treating a setting seriously, but having it, quote-unquote, filmed like an anime. It's something I've been trying to capture, and I'm not really sure how well I do it. My hope is that I'll be able to get it overall, because, see, I've got, like, even these little bits where we have Sheath and Wesson, right? Talking back here. Are you trying to get us killed out here? Where I've got split, personality shift. If you were doing an actual camera angle, you do a hard cut on here. I like doing hard cuts, shift cuts. I like ending my chapters with, like, the snap of the mountain is the snap of his attention through the smoke. Chapter 5, you have a split perspective between Vinzenz and the mech suit that takes over his personality and starts killing everybody. We've got some good slides here. Single hand in the man's back, slap opening up in the air, Wesson hitting the ground hard. I really want to try and get a lot more of this out there and get it done well. I'm not... My biggest problem is, like so many of us, I have been mentally broken by a bunch of fuck-off retards who sit out there and say, you will never be good enough, you can't handle anything, you're terrible, you're not going to do well. There's way too many of these fuckwads out there, and I'm going to call them that because the other word I want to use for them that's more accurate would get me banned for TOS violation. And a lot of this has extended even to myself, and has a crippling sort of self-defeatist sort of attitude, especially considering how many other VTubers in the sphere like to play psychoanalyst and whatnot and try to force you down that route. of you're nothing, you'll never be anything, nobody likes you. But I do think, given everything that I've got here in terms of my limited experience in writing, I think we've got a fairly good system for the shift off here. I'm trying to get better at our actual cliffhangers, our breakpoints, our little sidelines and whatnot. For example, we have, like, even if I just have to add one sentence here, world fades to black, man opens his eyes. I'm going to eventually be releasing these online with a, like, 1 chapter a week thing, and the hope is that it'll actually work decently. I've been trying my best to avoid non-Latinized characters, which has not been easy. It's not easy to do proper translations on some of these things, considering I don't speak most of the languages. But I think we're doing pretty good. I think we're doing pretty good. So if we go down here, Chapter 7 is the last big fight where they blow up in the crab. Hello, Crunky. I'm talking about my book. Chapter 7 is the last moment where we have the crab fight. Right there, Pavel throws a grenade, and we reveal that the suits are connecting to people passively. The suit does a partial connection into Junior's mental psyche. Then we have Chapter 8, which shows the actual transition between the open field and back to Sillisblom. I'd like to think that this is kind of either your end of an episode or your end of a sort of, like, core, where you have that segment of a season. We start with Chapter 8, which is your transitory scene where we go from the aftermath of the combat back to town with a hardline sort of end with the MPs arresting her and whatnot, and that's handled off screen. I don't know how we're going to wind up long-term dealing with how... There's a lot of things that I want to cover, but I don't want to, like, over-dwell on them, right? Because we could easily do an entire chapter of Sheath getting arrested, going down to the station, dealing with all this stuff. But right now we have the MP standing up, the arrest, and then later we find out that she went through a rehab situation and therapy and whatnot. It happens off-screen, right? Because it's not necessarily something that I want to hyper-focus on, right? We have the mention here of Article 90. That is United States military. I'm still kind of like coming in and out of if I want to use United States military structure, if I want to just like craft a new structure by taking various elements of different militaries and just calling it a day. It would be cool to actively write it based less off of the American military structure, more off of the German military structure for the actual factions. Having each of the different factions have a more realistic version of their own military structuring and how they do punishments. But it's not something I think is super important right now. While I can sit and I can write a lot of this stuff out, I'm not entirely sure that it's going to be the biggest deal in the world. I did a massive modification onto Chapter 9, changing the actual imagery here to kind of do a reference to a later bit of the story. A lot of times, how I write my story is I have an outline. I have an outline, and then I build some chapters, and then I sit and I look at it. And if something else takes my fancy in how I write this, I go back to the earlier chapter, instead of just adding the new chapter where I take it a different direction, right? What I've been doing is every time I take the story in a different direction, I go back to the earlier chapters and try to leave hints at the direction I'm going to take it later. And then I take it that direction for a bit, but it doesn't feel as random, and I can set up a Chekhov's gun for a chapter that I wrote, like, 5 weeks, 6 weeks later. And I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work out, but it seems to be doing fairly decent right so far. Like, when I was originally writing out the Chapter 1 through 7, right? Chapter 1 through 7 originally had a basic layout where I had a rough written arc about a patrol of soldiers hitting the base of a mountain, checking out a relay tower, accessing the tower in order to get actual further communication back to base, right? So I had the understanding of they are coming out of a city. They are out here in the middle of nowhere and have been in the middle of nowhere with no support for weeks. They're running out of supplies. They've been driving and driving and driving. This is what happens, right? And then I built up to the crab, because I wanted a mech fight. And so I went back and I added the crab onto the pillars of the radio tower. And then I decided I wanted to have a nice little crescendo there for a character who I could bring back later. And so I went back and I added in Chapter 3 where they have the big conversation, and then we had some things changing with that to try and adjust the personality to kind of get the little sub-story that I want out of that, right? Again, I don't necessarily have anybody who I'm working with who is like a proper published author to go over this and tell me, hey, this is fucked up, that's fucked up. What I do have is a lot of friends who I'm sending this to, sitting there working with, and occasionally just ask whatever AI flavor of the month, hey, can you melt down some trees for me and give me your thoughts on X, Y, and Z? Because as we've discussed before, I love destroying the water supply and I love destroying trees. It makes me happy. That's why I sometimes print out 50,000 pages of a document and then just burn it, so I can look at it and watch the carbons go into the atmosphere. It makes me feel better about myself. I've reworked this segment. Where are you? Where are you? So this chapter 9 is very like in the head of a character whose brain is falling apart. So I want to try and grab these elements and set up some extra stuff in here. Trees melt now. No wonder the climate's fucked. I know, right? Shit! Can you believe it? We got melting trees out there. Stuff's crazy as fuck, man. I started adding in a lot of, like, the little environmental detail. I want to kind of, like, go back here, and I don't want to extend these out too much, because the biggest issue with how these chapters get larger is that I'm adding too much foreshadowing. The trees be made of plastic. Yeah, no, that's microplastics. Don't you understand that once you get enough microplastics in your bloodstream, you become made of plastic? It's like the Thing, right? Hold on a second. Hold on. Can I... Where are you? Excuse me. There you are. So anyway, here's the thing, right? So here's the thing. Now back to what I was saying. Oh man. I keep adding in these little, like, call forwards, because again, anytime I'm writing, like, these later chapters, I've got things, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm doing the call forwards probably about 2 or 3 chapters back, more than I do, like, 30 chapters back. For those of you who are curious right now, we are up to chapter 24. 24 is not nearly as much text as chapter 1 to 10. My hope is that we can set some things up. So originally when I was working on chapter 10 here, what I wanted to do with this, and I might still do it. So chapter 10, Briggs winds up hitting Junior, right? And they're fighting, they're doing their thing. He's chasing him, he chases him. He chases him to a warehouse. What I originally wanted to do is I wanted to have a sequence where Junior gets into a tank and fights one of the pit units and blows it up, showing that a tank is better than a pit unit, but a military IT unit is better than a tank. Because I wanted to do a little bit of a show of the rock, paper, scissors. I'm not certain that's going to work too well in here right now, but for now, I would actually really like to do a potential side draft here, and this might be what we're doing here today. Because, like, right now, this whole segment here, right? You have these characters who... Hold on. I'll do a one page here so you guys can see this a little bit better, and we'll zoom in. There we go. So during this section here, right? Briggs has chased down the ace pilot, Junior. He's in front of a warehouse. Originally what I wanted to do was about, like, this section here, right? He runs out. I wanted to have Junior and him talking, and then the police do something. Junior dives in. We have a segment from Junior's perspective where he takes a tank, and we have a cool little, like, showdown of the tank versus the mech suits, right? Instead, what we've got is a character development sequence here, where Briggs turns around the corner. He's trying to talk him down. He's doing an actual police talk down. This is where we find out that Briggs' first name is actually Burkhard. He's Burkhard von Holzerlin. Yeah, I can never remember how to say the name, but I know the name. The noble family of this setting. Briggs is a nickname just like Kaiser is a nickname, which gets these moments here. He tries and talks him down. There's the tears, there's the crying, there's these sort of like moment here where you have Junior as a caged animal. We have the moments here where we show the actual like care that the squad already had for each other. This builds up Briggs as a sympathetic character and also kind of brings up Junior as a sympathetic character. It's an emotional high point of just like, hey, these are the lives that we're already witnessing here. These are the things that are happening. We have the actual spotlight here. Right? This stuff is the bit that I'd probably have to change if I wanted to, but right now, a loud booming voice echoed out through the open air as Briggs and Junior were suddenly violently blinded by the same 100,000 lumen spotlight. Coos, on your knees, hands on your head. You know how this works. Dad's on his way. Nobody wants to hurt you. The blue spotlight of the pit shone down from on high. One of the boys in blue stepped right out of the shadows. Now all the exits were blocked by towering pit, looming in the brilliant white hot light. Briggs could hear the cold, slow spin-up of the rotary cannon, the rounds indexing. Several boots echoed out over cobblestone roads as figures stepped out into view, silhouetted in front of the light. One of them stood one of them standing. One of them stood far taller than the others. He took a single step, then a second, walking forward through the light. His low, booming voice was one that let Briggs finally genuinely relax. So this here, right, that is something that is... I can keep the rest of it, and if I get rid of these bits, right, we can have that. Because right now, this bit here is Vinzen's Jr.'s father coming out and saying, hey, come on, come home. We've got this, right? What I can do is add another chapter. Add another fucking chapter after this, because we have a chase sequence, right? Right now, that's a chase sequence that ends with that sort of payoff there, where you have that peaceful stuff going on, that kind of like, hey, how's it going? You understand this, yada, 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 right? Then we build into the flashback sequence, where we have a bit more of Kruger's backstory, which is actually mostly the story of the Empire itself and the person who ran it, showing that what kind of leader he is. We get into Chapter 11, where it's just this kind of, like, peaceful domestic. I kind of like the fact that you have that build-up, oh, action, 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 peace. Action, 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 peace. Because this is a more relaxed, more laid-back thing, where you just have Kruger and Kristoff sharing beer. And it's a lot of, like, lore, a lot of other stuff with it. It's a lot of stuff with it, right? And the issue I have with that is that while, yes, this kind of works, right? Because we have that is action, that is rest, but then we do rest again, round it out, right? What I think I want to do instead is modify to add one more chapter between those two bits, but I'm also not sure that we want to... Because there's a lot of talking. There is so much fucking... It is such a long-winded fucking thing. I think what I'm going to do is we'll save this one, and I will build a alt potential here. Alright? So what I think I'm going to do is we'll understand that I want to get rid of that bit, right? And we'll write another side chapter as if that side bit hasn't been done, and we'll see what we can do there with that. Because I really want to get through that tank combat. I like the idea of having a sequence where we get a nice little, like, tank versus mech combat, where we can have Junior go on a little bit of a rampage, and then he gets brought back in, and you have that moment of just, oh, fuck, thank goodness it's finally done. And then we move down to the, you know, the downswing. If we get rid of the downswing, or stall out the downswing, because the next one we have here is the road trip bit. Because we have, again, this is a very laid-back, sardonic almost, sort of like, everything sucks, we're chatting, right? And then we get into chapter 12, and what is it? Another fucking chapter of laid-back... relax, they get out of prison, they're going down the road in the car, it's relaxed, it's hopeful, it's fine, but we kind of don't want to have necessarily two of those. We get to the end of that, right? And then... this here, chapter 13, is a time skip, right? The end of Chapter 12 and the start of Chapter 13 is a 5-year time skip. And that is something that people won't understand unless they notice the fact that you've got, the fact that Sig has a beard and now has kids. The fact that, you've got a bunch of people, like, out of prison now and things are relaxed now. You have the return of Junior. It's that kind of weird moment, right? And then we have Chapter 14, because again, we have, what, like 4 fucking chapters of, like, just slow wind down. I kind of want another, like, because a lot of this is slow fucking wind down. It's chapter after chapter of slow wind down. I want some more, like, action beats in there, or at least something, because it's like, political action is still action, right? Like, Chapter 14 is the end of this, like, first segment, right? And it's that big sort of, like, moment where you have the realization that this is maybe bigger than what it is here. You've got people pulling the strings. You've got politics going on. You have this world is bigger than you think. But that is 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, that's 4 fucking chapters of laid-back, like, slow relax. And it's like, I get it, we have, like, segments that are constant action, so maybe a little bit of relax might be nice. But I feel like I want 1 fucking chapter of actual, like, tank-based combat in between all that. And I want to ask you guys what you think about that as a maneuver, right? Because right now, you know, we've got a lot of... hey, this is winding down, this is the end of things. Which kind of works to an extent, I guess, because we have the build-up, right? We have the build-up, we have the action, then we have the slow off the gas, as you kind of, like, slide it down, the action fades out, and then it ends with that sort of, like, moment of something's gonna happen next time. It feels like the entire story's over. You have a beginning, middle, and end for something that is just kind of fully self-contained, right? Because we see the aftermath of the squad getting back together. We see, like, you know, Briggs is out of prison. Everybody's, like, done their thing. You're getting that sort of, like, the world knows peace now, right? Kind of feels like one of those post-story things. But then the next bit we go into, right? I really don't know why you're doing that. Hold on. The next bit we go into, after that, because if I close out of that chapter, the next act we go through, right, goes immediately to the prison pickup, which gives you the first half of why Briggs was not in prison anymore. Which we don't even see him go to prison, so I'm not certain that people are going to be able to pick up on that. I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not. Also, I need to take a moment here to turn off something. Space heater. Thank you! Post-story thing? You mean an epilogue? It's not an epilogue because the story keeps going, Potato. So, alright. We have the initial storyline, right? Which is the entirety of that first segment with all that extra text, all that extra, like, world building and everything else is setting up an environment, setting up the characters, and we get to the... Well, it's kind of like an epilogue in the middle of the book. Yeah, because I'm planning on releasing this as, like, once-a-week things. And if people want to stop reading at chapter 13, or even at chapter 14, they can. We see that chapter 15 brings back to the start of chapter 15 is actually the first half of chapter 13, right? And it's the first time that we actually see Horst in action, doing something, and he is an adorable little autistic bastard who is way too chipper and way too happy, and maybe doesn't understand human interactions too much. I did also rename the planet, just to try and get away from some real-world celestial bodies to a bit. It's still on the same planet, but I renamed it. I've got the big prisoner release thing, so we started off and it's like, oh, okay. Well, this is the first half of that, which is almost making it more of a zero. The thing I really want to do is figure out a way to get the first chapter of each segment being more of a statement of intent. But it's kind of hard to get it right. There's also some little bits here that I don't necessarily like holding the hands of the reader. In the sense that I don't want to sit there and go, hey, here's what's happening. So we've got over here, for example, he says, wait, number 7, right? And that means almost nothing. But on my little character sheet for him, Horst has, earlier even, you can see him. Lieutenant Horst, has a set of cue cards that he uses for human interactions with people. Because he doesn't understand necessarily how to have a conversation with people. And he reads every single one of his possible conversation routes on little fucking cue cards. And I thought that would be fun for a character to have that, right? I like the idea that you have this lieutenant, this officer, who is just sitting there going, okay, so if he says X, then I'll say Y. If he says A, then I'll say B. If he says this, then I'll go to this card, and on this card we can do this, and he's studied for it like a test. So there's also the, teeth, no teeth, that I'm using there as having him, like, do mnemonics. He taps his fingers in 4/4 time of doing this kind of shit, right? I like that crap. I like it. It makes me happy. The problem I've got with this being the first chapter of the new segment, right, is while it does a really good job of introducing, I think, the Empire, the increasing stakes, the first little bit there, and Chapter 15 leads you into Chapter 16, where we have the statement of intent of the arc's main bad guy, which is to start a global war so that his company can make more money, and the revelation that things that happened prior may have been planned. I really don't know if Chapter 15 is the best for it, and I wonder if I wouldn't be better off taking Chapter 13 and combining it with Chapter 15. What's the Emperor's tax policy? Oh, I actually have that fully written out. I have the logistics chain. Okay. I have a full logistics chain and economy that I planned out for the fucking Empire. So they use a hard gold-backed economy. And they do sales tax, they do income tax, but for every kid that you have who belongs to you and your legally recognized wife that is had within wedlock, you get a tax discount. If you have 4 or more children who belong to you and your wife, who are under the age of 18, you pay 0 tax on anything. Well, it's a gold standard with limited fractional reserve banking. So it is gold backed, and you have a hard limit on how much extra you can rent out that isn't backed by gold, right? There's hard limits on how much you can charge for interest, like percentage above inflation. Most of the actual economy is based around a deflationary economy because inflation is a way that you steal the public resources. And let's be honest here, most like policies that are about inflation are actually about turning you into a fucking slave, destroying the middle and the lower class. They hyper-incentivize large family units, hyper-punish divorce, hyper-punish a lot of things with... So, for example here, right? Like, you get your tax cuts if you're having more kids. Very simple, like, flat, you cannot do... You don't just sit there and, like, fill out your taxes and do a, hey, I'm gonna get this tax return. It's literally the only way you reduce your taxes is having kids. Whoopsies. You didn't have kids? Okay, who cares? Get fucked. Pay your taxes. Oh, but I donate to charity. No, we won't actually give you any tax incentives on charity. Oh, but I'm saving the environment. We don't care. Okay, that's good. You want to do that? Sure. We still get our same tax rate. Oh, this person makes so much more money than this person. We don't care. You will pay X percentage anytime you buy, anytime you sell. It is X percentage. And there are problems with that. Just like there's problems with the gold standard. Growth in the empire is very slow. It's very rare that you get new buildings because almost nobody engages in usury. So you have this, like, slow expanse, but the technology's great. They don't really have an energy worry because they didn't have the whole, oh, we're gonna assassinate anybody who creates free energy sort of period the United States and the world in general has. By the way, there was just one of the head of MIT's plasma division, who had announced that he had discovered a new advancement in plasma-based energy technology and nuclear fission, was assassinated by getting mag dumped in his home, and they have 0 suspects at all, and no one saw anything, and they just don't have footage. Yeah, no, we're still seeing people assassinated for trying to make any sort of easy, cheap energy. But, in this setting here, we've got, like, a very simplified tax system on a lot of this stuff. They try to keep hardline focused on a lot of things with that. You don't get tax credits for anything. You will always pay X amount of taxes, and if you don't, they send armed forces to kill you. So it's not like, oh, it's a tax-free utopia. Well, you're tax-free if you have enough kids. And if you get divorced, whoops, you're gonna have to pay back literally all the taxes that you didn't pay the government. Sorry there, folks. Whoopsies. They have the whole, like, fault divorce thing where if there is ever a divorce, someone is at fault. They don't do, like, a lot of that stuff. It's an interesting sort of setting there because I wanted to try and pick out things that could be interesting long-term stories and could have certain issues that would come into the actual, like, person-to-person conversation dynamics. And I'm not sure I've really implemented those well because, again, I'm not, like, an expert on economics or anything. I mostly sit here and I go, alright, so what are the implications of X, Y, and Z? Do a little bit of research. Oh, this would most likely cause A, B, and C. Do a little bit more research, realize that it was paid for by somebody who has a vested interest in having those ideas not be stabilized. So you do more research, and then you realize that it's been like a month since you wrote another chapter because you spent too much time looking into socioeconomics. Or fucking, like, psychoeconomics? Psychological economics? and the weird stuff that people do with, like, human psychology and whatnot to enforce different economic standards. And all of this is for my weird-ass 90s-inspired mech fighting war story slice-of-life thing. I don't think most this book's gonna be very good, but maybe that's just me being cripplingly hard on myself. Emphasis on cripplingly, because, you know, cripple. But their basic, like, tax policy is everyone in the Empire, no matter how much or how little you make, will pay X percentage. No matter what. If you don't, you are committing theft from the government and you will be punished accordingly. They do physical punishment as opposed to prison punishments for the most part. The majority of their punishments are stuff like, hey, 40 lashes, 100 lashes, caning, this, that, the other. And all of their prison sentences in general tend to be more reliant around the idea of punish them as hard as fucking possible for as short an amount of time as possible. Have people spend as little time in prison as physically possible, but make sure they never forget what they did, and they don't do it again. And you got, like, their tax policies and their anti, like, coin clipping policies and whatnot. Your basic sort of, like, economic stuff on that end. And I write this stuff out so I can potentially use it in a later storyline, but the vast majority of the time, I am not going to be really using it actively, right? Like, I could sit here and I can tell you their policy on automotives. Like, how do they feel about vehicles? How do they feel about emissions? What kind of emission standards do they have? What kind of standards do they have for their roads? How big does a highway have to be? What's their logistics system like? How many trains do they use? How many planes do they use? What is, like, their general, like, import-export standards between countries? And I have all that stuff on a little chart. Because I'm hoping that someday it'll be fucking useful. And it's fairly easy to generate this stuff now and double-check it on itself and run economic simulations based off standardized variables. All this stuff is fairly easy to run the simulations, and if you have access to creating, like, free resources to checking these things out, right? I just kind of find it fun to have that stuff on standby so I can sit there and I can go, well, what is, for example, one gold mark worth if we vary between, say, 2025 and 1980? How did the price of living go up or down based on X, Y, and Z? What kind of factors are going to come into play by having these planets, those planets, and the others? And all that stuff is there. And, like, 90% of it is useless. But I like having it. You know? I very much like having it. I like to have it there. I like to be able to read it. I like to be able to look over it. I actually have a full economic system in here for the different currency sizes. And I have a full chart, if I can bring it up. Can I bring it up on screen? Not really, no. Let me see here. But yeah, no, I have how the Soviet Empire how the Soviet empires work. I have how the different, like, sub-nations work. I have a full breakdown on the population of Celis Bloom and how they do their yearly temperatures, who their mayor is, their government systems, how the actual, like, partitioning of land is handled, the different time zones that they utilize for planetary time zone versus galactic time zone, your different, like, scales that people use there, the postal system. I know. I have, like, the history of, like, when things were established, the general geography of certain areas and how it would be formed, how it would modify over time, the record highs and lows for the seasonal areas, which is not going to be nearly what you expect. They're like rainfall and whatnot since you're dealing with a terraformed planet. You know, like, what the feels like is in the temperature there. Let me see here. I'm trying to find the damn thing. I have the companies that are active on planet. I have the companies that are active on planet and what they make, the planet's main imports and exports, the full ecology of the planet, in terms of what plants they have, what animals are there, you know, how the light spectrum works on the planet based on having a red dwarf sun as opposed to a yellow sun, you know, the life cycles and whatnot. animals with seasonal cues and how they would work versus animals without seasonal cues, short life cycle versus long life cycle on animals, the early stages of, like, drift, which is it shock, or fit shock, the entire history of the actual empire. Let me see here. I'm going through my little wiki here to find it. Ah, yes, I have all of the denominations of coinage. And I have their weight. So, the system uses gold currency, where the actual coins themselves have a certain amount of coin that they can be melted, have a certain amount of gold that they can be melted down for, and methodologies for maintaining the integrity of the coin. The largest one is the Goldmark Stuck, sorry. Sein Tal Sand Goldmark Stuck. Or the, Baron, which is a 3.6 kilogram gold coin. 0.995 gold with 0.5% copper. The Talsenda, which is 365 grams. The Handarter, which is 40 grams. The Fanziger, which is 20 grams. The Krone, which is 8 grams. The Zener, which is 4 grams. The Fanfer, which is 2 grams. The Ganzis, which is 1 gram. The Halber, which is 1 gram. The Zentel, which is 2 grams. The Fenning, which is 2 grams. And the Mile, which is 2 grams. And I just love, because I have my little, like, how much of it is the actual gold. And how they do their own form of reserve banking, how they handle that stuff, you know, when they're mixing in other materials with these things. So one gold mark in setting is the same as the 1873 gold mark, which is, one gold mark is 0.35808 grams of 0.999 gold. And they kind of just stayed on that since 1873 and stuck with it. I also have the seasonal rotation. Which, fun fact, did you guys know that if there was an actual if you were on that planet in real life, most likely your seasons last 1.5 Earth days? So I've got like a whole little document there that I had made up for that. I got like a bunch of little nonsense there. Again, most of this stuff is not super important. Right? Because they'll have, like... Since you have the economic minutia worked out, I assume you have a flag for the Empire. I do, actually. So the standardized flag for the Empire would still be the von Holzern flag, which is actually the Imperial German flag. So the actual flag itself has not really changed. The nation itself just has a standard German Imperial flag with the letters T1E in the corner and the Imperial Eagle in the center. So it is, if you give me a second here, I actually do have the... There we go. Yeah, so... Basically, you would have a flag... Not the battle flag. Where the hell are you? Excuse me a second here. I'm trying to find one that doesn't have the Iron Crown. There you are. So, this... would be, again, it's not like the best image in the world, but hey. This one is fairly low quality, but you'll see what I'm getting at here in a second. Excuse me. If I just yoink, 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 yoink. Excuse me if you don't mind here real quick. It's a very simple flag. I don't have anything too crazy here for this. If I just move you over, boom, boom. So it's basically, this is the Empire's flag, right? It's a standard Imperial German flag. The only difference here is in the upper left-hand corner, you would have the letters T1E, right? They've never really changed their flag. That's your flag, all right? So you just have like the 3 little letters in the corner for each of the planets. Every single planet in the Empire has its own marking on it, right? So every single time in that upper left-hand corner, you would have the letter designation for the planet, and that's the flag. There are some of the other planets in the setting that have different, like, sub-flags and whatnot, right? But at its core, you're dealing with just the Imperial German flag. It's fine. It's just the black, white, red. It's nothing crazy. Yeah. It's fine, you know? We've got flags there. I have, like, how they build their ships. You know, how they build their ships, how they handle their, general, like, day-to-day operations within the government. There's different, political parties within that group. Sorry, I got sent something. But yeah, no, I've got to like all that stuff, and all that stuff is good to have, right? Like, having an understanding of that stuff written down on paper is genuinely very, very fucking useful for me as a writer to go, hey, what do I touch on here and there, right? Because, like, I've got a good 200 years of history that I can just kind of, like, grab through, which means that it feels less like I'm writing a random story, at least I hope it does, and more like I'm writing a day in a setting. That's about all with this stuff. Again, I'd like to try and add some sort of a chapter there. Part of me wants to shift Chapter 15 to join it with Chapter 13. Because right now, Chapter 13 is the second half of Chapter 15, but it's from Briggs' perspective instead. And then we kind of, like, jump back, and there's that sort of confusion there, right? We see the prison again. We see this, like, sort of environment there. We get a good idea of what kind of a person Horst is. So we go through here, and you get to see how the Empire treats their prisoners. They're in a Supermax prison, but it still has, like, gold damascening, you still have, like, carvings, you still have this beautiful architecture. It's this very sort of, like, even their prisons are gilded, because they want to have that sort of obsessive beauty over everything. Now, when I was working through some of this stuff, I of course will, like, go back and forth, and I will talk to an AI to try and, like, get some ideas. Get some general, like, concepts here to do some, like, storyboarding or what have you. I think there's far too many dumb fucks out there who are afraid of AI. If you're going to let the AI do everything for you, it's going to be shit, right? But if you're actually just going to use it as another person, so to say, like just somebody you're going to bound ideas off of, somebody that you're going to work with who's actually available when you have a writing idea, I think the people who will use it like that, who will use it as just another voice in the chorus to kind of figure things out, will come out ahead of the people who just refuse to use it at all, right? And I think they're also going to probably come out ahead of the people who just let the AI do everything for them, because I heard on, like, okay, so, like, Asmongold does his streams, right? And on one of his streams, he mentioned that artificial intelligence is like the power hammer. Sorry, a nail gun versus a hammer, right? Where it's like you can still run nails, you can still do this other stuff. I genuinely do personally, formally believe that AI is less of a hammer to a nail gun. Sorry, a nail gun versus a hammer, and I think it's very much more a group of 20 people hauling shit by hand versus a single machine that hauls a massive bucket of shit, right? Like, if you have a team of, like, 100 people doing something, sure, that's fine. But you still need a person to operate the machine, right? We're not going to send a machine on its own with no guidance, no anything, to actually, like, dig these holes. Or, like, because, like, I mean, really, we had, like, for example, the steam shovels and whatnot, and those early ones, people were fighting hard as hell about that, too. But I think that there's too many people who are genuinely just unwilling to use the tools the way they do. So the way I use this stuff is I use it to handle a lot of, like, the excess stuff that I want to have, and I want to have documented onto the side, right? I want to have that stuff there. I want to be able to look at that stuff. I want to be able to use that stuff, but I don't want to, like... I do not sit here and go, okay, Google, generate me my next chapter, and then just, tweak, okay, we're good to go. No, what I'll do is, hey, generate me, like, a story outline here. Okay, cool, I look over a few of these different ones. tweak, 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 tweak. Now ask a different AI about how they think about this. Ask some other group about this. Check 5 or 6 of these different organism digital things. Then actually work with some other people for a little bit. Then congratulations, I've got something. Because the way that I usually do this shit, when it comes to like my writing, holy crap. Do you know how hard it was for me to do writing before, where it's like, oh cool, I'm gonna pester these people 500, 600, 700 times. And then everybody gets annoyed with your book, and nobody wants to tell you jack shit anymore. Or they try not to hurt your feelings or what have you. Whereas I can just tell the AI, hey, tear this the fuck apart. And then I can actually get a rough idea in like the harshest possible way I can of what's going on here. And then half the time the AI still bricks. I would never recommend you let AI do shit for you. I view what I'm doing with this stuff the same way as I view the whole, like, oh, we'll just do some concept art to then come up with a rough idea to hand over to the actual artist to get the shit done. So, I have got 19 years. Let's just go with 9 years. 9 years for a murder. There we go. Because again, I want to have the actual focus on these being getting people through the prison system and back out quickly while still giving a proper punishment. So we have, like, again, descriptions of the cars, descriptions of the actual, like, things that the Empire uses, how they wind up doing these things, how people get stressed on these. I really want to get... Let me see. There we go. I'd like to try and figure out some more ways to have some of this stuff set out properly. Good, good. We have the re-reference to the earlier bit. What I'd like to do, I'm going to read through some of these, by the way. I'm going to read through bits of this Act 1, just so I can read them out loud and I can edit them as we go. So we're going to see what we can do here. So the intro here, Horst is singing. To where you once belong. Lieutenant Horst sung along with the radio as he tapped his hand against the steering wheel. Something about that doesn't feel right. Lieutenant Horst sung along with the radio as he tapped his hand against the steering wheel. Against the leather of the steering wheel. Tapped his hand, comma, against the leather of the steering wheel. He had the music up fairly loud to drown out the constant rattle of the turbine, and if he tried hard enough, he could pretend it was working. He tapped the wheel in a simple 4-4. Ate curry udon for breakfast. How's the story plot going? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. You know, I took some of your advice, Oncey. You mentioned ramen. And I found some imported, Korean-made ramen that had genuine kimchi with it. And it came with a tube of Gochujang. It's a red sauce that it came with. It's like a big tube of this red sauce. And the English says mother-in-law sauce. It's nice and hot, and it's tasty. And the kimchi was really good, too. Gochujang? Yes, gochujang. And it was labeled with mother-in-law sauce. And it had a bunch of warnings in Korean. And I looked them up using my translator machine. And it was just warning me that it was very spicy. It's just like, this is incredibly spicy. Don't eat. Unless you like hot. It's like a red pepper paste. It's tasty, though! It's so good! It's spicy, but it's tasty. You tap the... I don't like saying the wheel. Leather of the steering wheel. Upstairs in the house, sung along with the radio as he tapped his hand against the leather of his steering wheel. Of his truck's steering wheel. Of his car's steering wheel. He had the music up fairly loud to drown out. Fairly loud. He was trying to drown out the constant rattle of the turbine. If he tried hard enough, he could pretend it was working. He wrapped the wheel. He rapped along with his fingers in a simple 4/4 time, trying to keep close as he could to the music. The music, even as it faded off one sound to the next. The world outside was blistering hot as ever, but at least in here he had the devil's worst invention, air conditioning. It was enough to turn any man soft. Though, to be fair, he'd always been a big softy. Let's put those in parentheses, in parentheticals. There we go. Hell yeah. He was wearing his shiny new pips with pride as he pulled into the front gates of the prison. He counted the buzzer rings, 9 sets in all. He counted the buzzer ring. Period. He counted the buzzer rings. Comma. There were 9 sets in all. 3 sets in all, wouldn't it? Yeah. There were 3 sets in all. There we go. There were 3 sets in all. Buzzer rings or buzzers rings? Buzzer rings. He's going into a prison. So every time you go through one of the gates, it goes burp, burp, burp. Then the door closes behind you. Then burp, burp, burp. The next door opens, then closes behind you. Burp, burp, burp. It's an airlock system. So it does these really loud, really annoying buzzings so that nobody is left in the dark anytime you go in or out of the prison facility. This particular facility has an airlock system with 3 gates that are heavy duty. Each one heavier than the last. It has bollards on the front entrance to try and keep you from going through too fast. It is just a very secure prison because this is basically where they ship all of their prisoners, right? I like the idea of it, you know? I like the idea of it. I've got the basic idea on how they do their prison system in general. They don't have a bunch of separate prisons. They just have one that you ship everybody off to. By keeping it centralized, they can spend more on security and effectively need less security. You know what I mean? So most of the criminals on the planet get shipped there. If you have any crime that requires more than just the most basic of prison, right? You ship them there. Because they have a very fast maglev system connecting all of the major settlements on the planet, where you can just kind of hop on the maglev and it'll go faster than the speed of sound across planet, getting you wherever the hell you need to go. As long as it doesn't, you know, fall apart. Because it's a big old tube that the train goes through. And if the tube gets breached, the train explodes. Because it's in a tube, right? And the tube doesn't have oxygen. So you drain all the oxygen out of the tube so you can go faster, right? And that's really useful until the first fucking time you have a containment breach and the walls of the tube explode out. They got like airlocks every so often so you can go super fucking fast for a long stretch of time. Slows down, cycle airlock, next one, cycle airlock, next one. And if there's an emergency, you can just kind of, you know, destabilize the airlock on your segment of track so that you can actually breathe. But yeah, no. This is like a mega prison. So it's got these little klaxons that go off every time you go through one of the airlocks, and I want to try to get that across with this stuff, right? He was wearing his shiny new pips with pride as he pulled to the front gates of the prison. He counted the buzzer rings. Would it be buzzer? Yeah, it would be buzzer's rings, yeah. No, it would be. He counted the buzzer's ring. The buzzer's rings. There were 3 sets in all. He took a pen from his pocket and scribbled it down onto the leather notebook in his breast pocket. As a stable, he took a pen from his pocket, comma, and scribbled it down onto the leather notebook in his breast pocket. Onto his breast pocket. Comma, as he slowed down. He rolled with care into the center of the pickup space as he watched by. In the center of the pickup space. He was watched by a towering 2-meter-tall mechanical dog. Sat on a raised platform. More of them were lined up every few dozen yards to make sure any escapees wouldn't be for long. "Who's a cute dog?" Horst offered as he waved his hand with a smile to the mechanical shepherd, knowing better than to Shepherd, period. He knew better than to interrupt a working dog. At first, he almost thought it didn't notice, but he could see that little tail wagging. He let out a sigh of relief. "Aw, puppy! I can hear its metal tail wagging against the floor. Dum 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 dum." Yeah, they have 2-meter-tall dogs. They're great. At first glance, other than the size, they looked like perfectly normal working dogs. What's the word aerial for the antenna? It's the, what is it? Aerial antenna. What is it? There it is. There we go. Oh wait, that's TV antenna. Aerial's a specific thing for, like, signals. So we just leave antenna. Their colors had small antenna. Had a series of small antenna sticking out from them. If you look particularly close, you can see the metal sticking out from under their fur. You could if you look particularly close, if looking particularly close, one could make out the motors and metal hidden beneath the fur. It's a big old 2-meter-tall dog. It's an animatronic dog. It looks kind of like a real dog. Ah! I don't want to switch to overwrite mode. More of them were lined up every few dozen yards to make sure the escapees wouldn't be for very long. Their claws were made of sharp metal. Adorned with apparent spike collars, closer inspection reveals the spikes to be antenna. Oh! Oh, that could be good! Yeah! Their collars look spiked at first. Their collars look spiked at first, but much like the rest of them, appearances were deceiving. Each of the spikes was an antenna, and their fur moved. Moved in time with the machinery just under the synthetic skin. There we go. More of them were lined up every few dozen yards to make sure any escapees wouldn't be for long. Their claws were made of sharp metal, and the prongs in their mouths connected to small boxes and the prongs in their mouths connected to small boxes which allowed their teeth to be electrified. "Who's a cute dog?" Horst offered as he waved a hand with a smile. To the mechanical shepherd, he knew better than to interrupt a working dog. But he knew better than to... Yeah, he knew better than to interrupt a working... I don't want to... That's from an earlier draft. Hold on. He knew better than to interrupt a working dog, but this was a calculated move. At first, he almost thought it didn't notice, but he could see that little tail wagging. He let out a sigh of relief. Wagging. Period. He let out a sigh of relief. And his knuckles... And his grip loosened. And his grip loosened on the wheel. Yeah, I like that idea! Thank you, Entropy. That's a fucking good one. Wagging? Did I spell it wrong? Thank you. Forgot a G. He tried not to look at the boots of the prison's pit unit. Each foot blocking... each of its feet? Yeah. Each of its... feet... Each of its feet were blocking the way forward as it stood in dead silence. Wait. As it stood bored. The suit's riot shotgun was as big as his car. And look, the suit's riot shotgun was as big as his car and looked more like a pistol in its hands. The boots were individually... It's IT''S, yes. It's. The boots were vividly detailed with filigree and embossed... Yeah, were vividly detailed with filigree and embossed metals along with the cute little cubby hole. And embossed metals. Each held... little cubby holes for icons of the saints. Each held little cubby holes for icons of the saints. served little more than good luck charms. I don't need to say that again because it was already there. There we go. I'll use a horse there. Horse kept his hands firmly visible on the wheel, focusing the music. At least he had the music. At least he had the music. He took in a sharp breath of air for 5 seconds, then let it out over the course of 10, and repeated several times while keeping his smile. He quietly spoke to himself. Teeth? No teeth. Teeth. Under his breath for just a moment. The words flowed softly across his lips as he made an O shape with his mouth. Suddenly, the radio was interrupted by another breaking news bulletin. He kept tapping his hands on the steering wheel. Suddenly, the radio was interrupted by another breaking news bulletin. He kept tapping his hand on the steering wheel, but switched up which finger did the tap. Which finger did it? Yeah. His hand twitched slightly. Kaiser Wilhelm V has announced his plans to arrive in person for the final ribbon cutting of the Eins Bundesautobahn, shocking many. This maneuver comes after a series of tragic deaths. Horst flicked off the power to it as soon as he started to hear that reporter. Period. Lily's voice never meant good news. No matter how friendly she might have sounded. Or how cute she might have been. He scrunched his whole face up, not wanting anything to sour his mood. He lowered his head slowly down and looked back up to the sky. I feel like this one's gonna be fun. Satellite. Wait. Satellite, right? No. Oh, 2 L's. Ha-ha! I was close. You're not ruining this for me, woman! He cursed the skies if she could somehow see him on the ground. There we go. Up the road, a pair of guards were escorting the hulking frame of a man that Horst had hardly believed could have gotten much bulkier. Up the road, a pair of guards were escorting the hulking frame of a man that Horst had hardly believed could have gotten much bulkier. The man's hair had a few more flecks of gray than when he went in, but he looked like he'd taken his stay better than expected. Better than most could. Everyone of the guard staff on the walkway snapped crisp salutes as the group passed. Let's say as the three. Let's say each. Each and every one. Yeah. Each of the guard staff on the walkway snapped crisp salutes as the three passed. They were standing at perfect attention. Even after passing, they'd remain in perfect attention. There we go. Each of the guard staff on the walkway snapped crisp salutes as the three passed. Even after passing, they'd remain at perfect attention. They remained, yeah. They remained at perfect attention as the soft music of the prison speakers blared. The whole thing was clockwork precision to a T. The whole thing was clockwork precision, planned to the millisecond. He expected nothing less. He expected nothing less, but it was still impressive to see in person. Horst leaned across the bench-style seat of his car and rolled down the window, and rolled the window down. No, down the window. And rolled down the window with the hand crank. His lovely frosty air drove out. His lovely frosty air dove out, quickly replaced. Quickly replaced. There we go. Quickly replaced by the dry, muggy misery of the open wind. The entire time he'd tried to keep his hands plainly visible, but it wasn't exactly easy. Burkhard! He called out with a bright smile and a warm demeanor. Cars open when you're ready! I know you're ready to leave this place behind, so... There we go. Warm and... He called out with a bright smile and a warm demeanor. Cars open when you're ready. I know you're ready to leave this place behind, so let's make it quick like. Let's say Rarin. There we go. Give him some of that Midwestern charm. What was the It's before? The thing owned by another thing, so it would be IT''S, right? Burkhard! He called out with a bright smile and a warm demeanor. With a bright smile and a warm wave. It's called a warm wave. Cars open when you're ready, bucko. Cars open when you're ready. He chuckled lightly, but chuckled lightly. He'll just leave it at chuckled. He chuckled, but from the looks, Briggs didn't exactly seem to find it so amusing. He had that dour, flat expression he'd had during his visitation the month prior. He held that same That same dour, flat. That same dour, flat, miserable expression. You think it would be, but it's for percent. That's so stupid! That's so stupid! Why English? Why? Why? I hate you, English. Pistol in its hands. As an alternate for rarin, use hankerin. Oh yeah, hankerin, that'll work. Hell yeah. Burkhardt! Gar's open when you're ready. I know you're hankering to leave his place behind, so we'll make it quick like. By the way, this is how I imagine Horst talks. So if you guys ever want to imagine Horst, he's kind of got this sort of a talk to him, you know what I'm talking about? He's a nice little guy. He's got some hot dish. His wife made it herself. You know you can come on by anytime you like, boys. Door's always open. I'm not one of those little, you-know-whats who's sitting on there on his high horse. If any of you enlisted men want to come on over for dinner, just give me a week's notice and I'll buy some supplies, and I'll invite you in. You'll be just like family. I tell you, my wife makes the best hot dish on the planet. You're gonna love it. That's how I imagine. He's always sounds. He's just so fucking happy. Painfully Midwestern, yes. Yes. That's how he is. And he's an officer. He's still a serious officer. He's just, he's trying to lighten the mood. Oh, don't worry there, Buckle. I got your best interest at heart. You and me, we're gonna make it out of here. We're like the three amigos, except one of us is gone, so it's the two amigos. Okay, hold on. Oh, that one's so fucking stupid, I have to leave it in. Oh, shit, I gotta find a place to... Where do I put that? Sorry, what? Well, we're like the three amigos, except there's two of us. So it's like one of us is dead. And we just got the two of the three amigos, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, Horst. He makes me happy. Be like the three amigos, but there's two of us. It's such a dumb idea. It's like, oh, thank you, Horst. Very cool. Or Musketeers. Ah, dude. Yes, three Musketeers. We'll go three Musketeers instead of three amigos. Be like the three Musketeers, but there's two of us. He gave a deep belly laugh, but from the looks, Briggs didn't exactly seem to find it so amusing. He held that same dour, flat, miserable expression he had during his visitation the month prior. Horst's visitation the month prior. The booth at the airlock for the gate stand scanned the man's biometrics. Scans the man's biometrics with a low, slow groaning. Now let's just call it with a groan. Scanned his biometrics with a groan of metal on metal. Of metal on metal! Groaning scrape. With a groaning scrape of metal on metal, before finally turning green. He looked awkward as he walked with that massive metal bar connecting his legs. He looked awkward as he walked with that massive metal bar connecting his legs. It was disrespectful having mobility. Nobility! Having nobility treated so rough, but policy was policy. Even the Kaiser's son couldn't get in the way of procedure. Horse sat back up onto the seat. Sat back up. Nah, we'll just say sat back up. Horse sat back up before steepling his fingers. Nah, sat back up steepling his fingers. He's doing it at the same time. Sat back up, steepling his fingers lightly, wondering if maybe he just didn't get the joke. He pulled out his little cue cards from his breast pocket. He pulled out his little cue cards from his pocket, trying to go over the list so he could find the right one to build a good opening. A few of them fell from his hands. Yeah, fell from his hands and down to the well beneath his feet. He probably wouldn't need him if he just played it cool. His mom had always told him he was cool. Oh, man. There's something about, I love the way I wrote Horst. I know, don't toot your own horn, but I like Horst. Horst makes me happy because he's dopey. But he's still an officer, right? He's just an officer who's, he loves his job. He mostly stays in the paperwork department. He's trying his best. He's trying. Man's trying. The guards were flanked either side by a... Horst is Cherno. Kinda. Cherno. The guards were flanked either side by a fresh pair of massive robotic dogs, who took to doing one last scan of Horst's car. He resisted the urge to snap to attention himself. Oh, hi, Tor. I'm doing pretty good. Good morning, good evening, good night. Welcome. We're working on the book. I figure, fuck it. You know what? I might as well work on the book on stream, because we're hanging out all the same, right? Does it really matter what we're doing? As long as we're, like, hanging out and having a good time, what the fuck does it matter, right? We're gonna have a good time. Shit. He resisted the urge to snap to attention himself until it finally faded. So, you been bulking in there? Horst asked, trying to start some sort of conversation with the man. Prison gym must have improved. Prison gym must have really improved. Prison gym must have really improved. It's 4 a.m., so technically it's morning for me, technically. Yeah, that's morning. That works. He quietly... I keep saying low sigh too much. What's some other words for sigh? Sigh is... I use the word sigh too much. There's gotta be, like, another phrase for sigh. Low sigh, grumble, groan. In this, it's kind of just like... The thing in my head is that he's kind of going... And that's just a sigh, right? He's like, yeah. Prison gym must have really improved. Whimper? Sure! A huff! A soft huff! Huff! Yeah. He let out a soft huff before turning to his side, winding down the other door's window. This is one of those good at-grok cases. Mutter? He's like... Horst looked up at the man with a smile, placing his hand... with a smile. He threw his hand onto the pad in the officer's grasp. Oberlieutenant Judas Horst. Pick up on pardoned prisoner Burkhard von Hohenzollern. Authorization Alpha Foxtrot Tango Echo Romeo Sierra Hotel Oscar Charlie Kilo. I think it's Kilo, isn't it? Oh, hi, Raiders. How are you doing? Welcome. I'm writing a book. I'm returned from the silly business. Can you rewind back an hour? Oh, yeah, let me just read the top of the book again. Oh, hi, Riders. Welcome in. It's your boy, Himbus Wimbus Cotimbus, and we're working on a book. I hope you're excited because it's very book-like. And it has pages. And mystery. And action. And joy. And also, I'm a nerd. I'm your Tokusatsu villain Vtuber. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day, everybody. Oh, it's so lovely to see you people out there. Look at you, you're like ants. So small and ant-like. And carrying a torch. Thank you for, like, setting me on fire and stuff with torches. It's very cool. I love ants. Alright, so we are actually just looking over my book. Pages, wow! I love pages. You know, all my favorite books have pages. Like, Thomas the Tank Engine. That has books. Those books have pages. You know, those twitlongers. Those have pages too. Usually they're full of slurs. Even wants to set a blaze. 420 blaze it, more like 420, praise it, yeah. Horse looked up to the man with a smile. He threw his hand onto the pad in the officer's grasp. Ober Lieutenant Judas Horst. Ober Lieutenant Judas Horst. Pick up on pardoned prisoner Burkhard von Hohenzollern. Authorization Alpha Foxtrot Tango Echo Romeo Sierra Hotel Oscar Charlie Kilo. That's Aftershock. This wouldn't be Aftershock, though. This would be green. Heard there's something on fire? That's right! My prose is straight up on fire. And also, like, erotic novels, like Milk Farm Minotaurs. One of the, like, best books ever. Just ask anybody on the internet. They have pages. All the books have pages. Sometimes books have slurs, too. Like Huckleberry Finn. You want your Huck Finn slurs? We've got plenty. The pad was connected by a long cable to a console off to the side, off to the right side, off to the right hand of the pickup area. He held his hand on the pad for an awkwardly long time. And the Green Mile! That one's got green pages, because it's got the word green in its name. We've got an entire new planet of slurs. We love our meep Jim, don't we, folks? Hold on. Hold on, wait, hold on. Where is it? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, shit. Girls Frontline 2, first year anniversary. Huh. Oh yeah, Pippa's live. I forgot that. Oh yeah. Did you guys know that Pippa's live? Your favorite streamer's favorite streamer will be going live. There we go. You know, my favorite thing in the whole... And really, that's why I think that Jim is one of my favorite characters in fiction, boys. 'Cause really, when you look at his story, Jim is just a wonderfully delightful little person who goes on this wonderful adventure with Huck Finn. And really, at the end of the day, Jim is just such a delightful character, you know? Like, I think really we can all get behind... And his archetypes and everything else, like... Jim is just absolutely the best. Oh, that was definitely worth it. What's the beeping noises? It's supposed to be a... It's supposed to be a, it's in the United States television, right? When someone says a swear word that they can't show on TV, they play that stupid beep. Every time they say a swear word that they can't say on television, they just beep it out. Or, what they'll do now is they'll replace it with other words. Like, I've had it with these monkey farming snakes on this Monday to Friday plane. She is, in fact, my favorite streamer's favorite streamer. My second favorite streamer is Great Grandma or something? Grandma? Great Grandma? Good for her, beats the alternative. Yeah, I'm so glad that Pippa's not dead. So... So, you guys see the new episode of... His voice was cut off completely by the loud breed. As the green light shone on the as the green light shone. The pad was taken out of his grasp. The pad was taken out of his grasp and brought back over to the platform. Horse set back into the car. After a moment, the guard nodded his head across the other officer, who took manual keys, slowly unlocking a series of cuffs and bars that they'd had Briggs chained in. He remained standing there at attention for a brief moment before slowly lowering himself into the vehicle. Oh, hi there! How are you doing, Yuki? I hope you're having a good day. Have a good day. Today... I am working on a book. It's got lots of words. And text. And giant robots. Yes. We love giant robots here. I'm so glad you're good. I can't wait till they pay me to censor Clerks. You want hot sauce on that cheeseburger? 37 popsicles. Oh. Ah, delightful. You guys remember Clerks? I remember Clerks. I kind of like Clerks better than I like Mallrats, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if that's a hot take, but hey. What do we got here? After a moment, the guard nodded his head across to the other officer, who took the manual keys. He took the manual keys from his belt. He slowly began unlocking. The series of cuffs and bars that they'd had Briggs chained in. He remained standing there at attention for a brief moment before slowly lowering himself into the vehicle. The suspension dropped down as he twisted it sideways to fit in the cab. I never watched Mallrats. It's fine. Like, I don't think it's great, but I like it. You know, it's one of those movies. It's just nice. A young man in a Sthall Bloom patrolman's office. Patrolman's uniform? A young-looking man in a Sthall Bloom patrolman's uniform who'd been trailing at the back of the group closed the door for him before moving to the back seat. Did you know the Mallrats movie was such a stain on that mall, they had to close down and seal it off? I can imagine, because everybody's going to go there, and then they're going to cause trouble. Thank you, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. Horse said with a chipper smile, looking back forwards. Looking back towards the single pit unit, not up at the prison's colors. All that was left was for the guards to fully leave the pickup area, and they'd be on their way. Still got 9 years. Briggs spoke coldly. Yeah. Harst almost didn't pick it up the first time it came by him. When it registered, his eyes blinked shut a few times. This was the first time he'd ever picked up an Imperial pardon that didn't want to go. You already had the briefing, your father! Horst started nervously, looking back over as he slowly began to roll up the window. Should have let me do my time. I did an innocent. I killed an innocent woman. Briggs took the small stack of plastic bags containing his personal belongings from the officer seating him between his legs. Briggs took the small stack of plastic bags containing his personal belongings from the officer, setting them between his legs. The guard... Mallrats was a good movie. It's a good movie, but it's not better than Clerks. Okay? I'm just gonna say it. Mallrats is not better than Clerks. Clerks is better. It is better than the Clerks TV series, though. Did you guys know they did a cartoon series for Clerks? Hold on. There's your intro music. Yep, there you go. That's the intro theme. There's the intro theme. What's a mall rat and what's a clerk? They're movies. The cartoon was great. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. It's better than Clerks 2. Fucking hell. Wow. We should we should do a watch-along one of these days, right? We should do a watch-along where we just hang out in the Discord and we all just watch Clerks, the TV series. I have it on DVD. Typical sentence is 15 years. The guards stepped away from the car in almost mechanical wave and gave a brief salute before turning on their heels. They marched back past the airlock, and the second they were on the other side. They marched back past the airlock, and the second they were on the other side, it slammed shut. So fast, anyone who'd been standing between it would be flat by now. When the Kaiser of the largest empire in the galaxy says, "Set my son free," I don't think many people would tend to argue. I don't think many people tend to argue. Horst tried to explain, thinking maybe this is just something. Tried to explain. Even if we... Burp, burp, burp. The blaring horn echoed out, signaling the opening of the first car airlock. Horst started to slowly roll forward. Period. As he did, the pit unit kept its shotgun trained directly onto their vehicle. Horst did his best to quell the thumping in his chest, of his heart trying to leave his throat. Let's just say at the ready. There we go. In spite of the situation, he kept the car steady. It wasn't easy, but he knew the motions to make. He'd already spent over a dozen hours practicing back at base. Yeah. By the way, hi, JK! How are you? So good to see you! Welcome! I'm writing a book! Even if we wanted to leave you in your cell, it's not exactly like we have an option. That's not exactly an option we got on the table politically. Right. Hey, Chili! It's a very interesting book indeed. Well, it's got so many different genres per chapters, and they're all written by different people. It's a nice little, like, slice of life look into this world. I'd like if by the end of this, somebody who reads this book could go, yeah, no, I know exactly what it would be like to live in that setting. Man, I never want to, but I know exactly what it would be like. The gate slammed shut the second it detected the car was clear. Into yet another kill box. He rubbed the tire. We got a dash! No dashes! He rubbed the tire lightly against the curb, moving exactly as far as he had to make it through. Yeah. If you're still interested in this whole penance charade, I can try to pull some strings to get back out in the desert for They started to roll through the next gate. This time his heart was at least staying in his chest. He could hear the indexing of ride suppression rounds in the rotary turrets that lined the airlock's walls. Ah! He took his hand up to the mirror and adjusted it slightly, keeping his hands visible at all times. Yet as he adjusted, Briggs stopped rolling it. Oh, Briggs didn't answer. He just rolled the spent casing between his thumb and pointer. The brass caught the red sunlight and threw a tiny green glint across the windshield every time the windshield. Period! Every time the chain moved, it was bounding back into Horse's eye. Causing him to blink a lot more than he wanted. He took his hand up to the mirror and adjusted it slightly, keeping his hands visible at all times. Yet as he adjusted, Briggs stopped rolling it. Horse wiggled his upper lips slightly, looking away from the mirror and the MP in the back seat. I'm serious. If I put one word to General Pietro, you'll be back on a ridgeback tomorrow. He snapped his fingers to get the point across. As duty roster, wriggled Nightbug. They don't let me into restaurant someday. I will have my revenge. We are Circle 9. We are not retarded. What we lack in strength, we make in brawn. Huh! What we lack in brains, we make in brawn. I am Rumi. I live in darkness. The sunlight is something I wish to avoid. With arms outstretched, I embrace the night, and I won't bump into walls this time. As duty roster. As duty roster, or even frontline if you don't mind working night shift. If you don't mind working night shift. His voice shuddered a bit at the idea of anyone choosing night shift willingly. No questions asked. Hell, I'll sign the... The car looks forward as he touched just a bit too hard on the accelerator. He'd been so focused on de-escalation, he'd forgotten his timing. Horse startled for the briefest moment. The sound made him jump out of his skin. He bit down on his own lip, letting the air flow through his teeth. He was still tapping in time with the music that was long gone by now. Yeah, that was long gone by now. There we go. He could see one of the dogs snap its attention directly onto his car. He was staring right into its eyes. He remembered exactly where he was. That comment felt like it... I wrote a lot of this while I was a little bit tired. That one felt like... I thought that one hit better than it does. He could see one of the dogs snap its attention directly onto his car. The artist on the beast zoomed in. With that unsettled reminder, he eased the car forward slowly, careful as he could. Yeah, we don't need a second as. Careful as he could. He could practically feel the paint scraping against the walls of the gate as they barely squeezed through. He had to check if they still had mirrors, and adjusted them electronically. Once the gate finally slammed shut behind them, Horse could start to breathe. Once he heard the pit unit snap back to attention, following the crossing of the white line. Nah. Call the security systems. Once he heard the security systems snap back to attention, following their crossing the white line on the edge of the facility. On the white line. Comma. Wait, marking! Yeah! He could actually think as well. Bree. Clunk. Clunk. Welcome to the newest member of the Circle 9, Judas Thaddeus Horst. Circle 9, if you will. Now, what do you have any problems with with Horst, whose first name is Judas? He's such a lovely guy. He's such a lovely guy. You think those dunes will give a man 9 years? His voice was cold, calculating more than a bit intimidating. This was why. This exact sort of thing was why he should have found some way to let Kruger handle this release. Maybe Junior if he hadn't decided not to re-up his enlistment. He couldn't get that thought out of his head. And he wasn't the right man for this job. Well, it'll certainly feel like 9 years, Horace said, looking back down to the open road ahead of him. Horse said, looking. Let's just say, muttered. Horse muttered, looking back down to the open road ahead of him. He ran, a lot of hair across his lips, flapping them against each other as he strengthened and loosened his grip. It was going to be a long drive back to Sthall. Is it too late to get out and walk? Briggs pursed his lips tight together, leaning hard against the door as he finally rolled it back shut, one crank at a time. Is it too late to get out and walk? Horse couldn't believe it. Briggs thought his sense of humor behind that wall of malice. Maybe things would be all right after all. They traveled a long time in silence. Horse popped on the radio, listening to the tunes. The signal was faint, but it was working out pretty well. Horse popped on the radio, listened to the tunes. The signal was faint, but it was working out pretty well. Man, you guys did a great job capturing that signal booster. Before, we never would have got nothing out this way. The paid? Paid! Pair! Ha-ha! The pair rolled down the highway, just fine, past row after row of empty peanut fields. The harvest looks like it'd be a complete success. Before, we never would have got nothing out this way. Just static. The car was rolling still, but there was a soft thudding sound that started to get louder. Horse eased off to the shoulder of the highway. The car rolled to a stop at the foot of a massive billboard out here in the middle of nowhere. It looked brand new and stood out against the backdrop of endless empty fields. A smiling young woman in a spotless dress uniform held a baby on one hip, and a diamond the size of a fist on her other hand being placed on by her uniform-clad husband. Speaking of Judas, might be about the anniversary of the last time we went through that fight in Toho 4. That's hard to believe. I believe you, but that's hard to believe. Holy shit, I didn't think it was that long. Feels like just a few months ago, man. The car rolled to a stop at the foot of a massive billboard. The clackboard echoed out loud as the display changed to show each line. The sign had clearly clocked him his troops. Welcome home, heroes! HBK colonial work and Das Prussian Himmelsgereich! Thank you for your service. Not just as soldiers, but as fathers to an empire, 240.8 billion and counting. You know, they update the sign live. He didn't even need to check the cue card he'd written for that one. At least every day I come out this way, it's higher. Briggs was looking off into the horizon in silence, tossing a stick of gum into the corner of his mouth. There was a little warning light blaring on the dash. Low tire pressure. Horst looked at the dashboard like it had spat in his face. He opened up the car door with care, trying not to give voice to how banged up his old staff car had gotten at this point. And sure enough, the tire was flat. He opened up the car door with care, trying not to give voice to how banged up his old staff car had gotten at this point, and sure enough, the tire was flat. Of course it had to be flat. Why wouldn't it be? The day was already going so well. He took a long moment trying to figure out how to approach the topic, tapping his fingers out in 4/4 time against his knee. But he'd never given a card. He'd never been given a card for that part. Instead, he'd just have to wing it. He'd have to wing it. He'd have to wing it. Just to wing it. He'd have to wing it and just be himself. He knew he was good enough. Yeah. Tire's flat. 7-minute change on my own. 4 if you help out. Maybe 3 if you both help out. Come on, musketeers. There's something about the way that Horst is that just makes me so happy. He makes me happy as a character. There's a few characters in this book that make me happy. For a brief moment, he thought he could hear the door creak halfway, but when he looked, it was closed. He bit his tongue as even the MP stayed calmly sat inside of his car. The car. Come on, it's not the one musketeer. Unless you're looking at Zorro. He walked around the side of the car, trying to get a better look at it. He noticed someone had scraped the fresh paint off the billboard post. There was no respect in this place sometimes. Underneath 5 years of weather. Underneath. Period. Underneath, 5 years of weather hadn't managed to erase a crude little heart, made from an epsilon symbol, with crossed rifles, and 5 scratched letters. PTKCS. Oh, wait! You know what? I got an idea. So that is, Pavel, Tatiana, Kruger, Christoph, Sigismund. Vincenz. Vincenz. Oh, shit. Vincent, I'm trying to remember my fucking letter names. Kruger, Christoph. Kruger, Christoph. Vincenz. Sigismund. Okay, that's 4. Pavel. Briggs. Tatiana. Pavel, Briggs, Tatiana. Oh, wait, is that it? Oh, shit. There we go. There we go. Wait, number 7! Horse had an epiphany and walked back over to the door on Briggs' side. Period. He took a moment to smile at the Einsamkeit flag. I can't pronounce it. I'm bad at pronunciation. Pronunciation bad. Man, those space Germans are weebs. Can't believe they named their country after the ghoul from the hit anime. Freeran. Ah, we love Freeran. Oh, so good. So nice. So lovely. It was actually just the Prussian Imperial flag with the letters T1E in the upper left corner. But it was the most beautiful flag Horst had ever laid his eyes on. It was a flag he could live for. It was a flag he could live for, a flag he was still willing to die for. He leaned down through the window and popped open the glove box, snagging a bottle of warm water for each of them. He realized he'd forgotten to turn on the box's refrigerator. There was... But warm water was better for you than cold. It was a smooth motion that sent one open bottle right into Briggs' grasp, a second one over his shoulders to the boy in the back seat. Figured you could use a bottle of the good stuff after your, time on the inside. No toilet wine here. Briggs looked at the bottle like it had somehow personally offended him, or maybe even owed him money. Or maybe even owed him money. He still took a swig of the contents. Small victories. Horace popped the trunk and got to work. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pumping the jack to lift the car. To lift the car up just enough to swap tires. A few of his cue cards floated by in the breeze, out onto the winds, out onto the wilds. He took a pause, looking over towards Briggs, gauging the man's reaction. No. I'm just gonna say he took a pause, looking over towards Briggs. Briggs looked him dead in the eyes for a long, silent moment. Popped his gum loudly. Horse jumped with a small start. From behind them pulled a boxy yet elegant sports car, stretched out for third-row seating. It was split bottom half mirror black, top green with a white roof. Its flashing blue and red lights slowly lowered back down into the hood of the car as it pulled to a stop. Back into the hood as it pulled to a stop. On its front grille was the Imperial Eagle atop a chrysanthemum covered in subtle bits of damascene. Along the front hood were the words, Police, squeezed between the fender mount mirrors. The doors opened in perfect unison, the pop-up lights closing back shut. As the eagle hood ornament sank back down out of sight. With everything closed up, it barely looked like a car anymore. 2 officers stepped out. Same height, same build, same crisp dark blue, almost black uniforms. One carried a hydraulic jack like it was irreplaceable. The other held a small thermos and 2 clear paper cups. Afternoon, Noble Lieutenant. The first spoke up with a nod. Already kneeling by the flat, his partner poured steaming tea into the cups without being asked. Their movements were sharp, precise, and well practiced. Thought you gentlemen could use a hand, the second officer offered, offering the tea to Horst and Briggs with a small polite bow. Long drive ahead. It's a long drive ahead. It's a long drive ahead, and you'll need it. See? Horst spoke with a bright smile, returning the bow. He took the cup. It was just the right temperature, warm without burning his hand. The officer's gloved fingers brushed his for a fraction of a second, just long enough for him to feel the embroidered Imperial Eagle on the cuff. It made him blink twice, as he'd been expecting the planetary seal. He read the name Reinhardt on his badge. He'd have to write that down as soon as they weren't looking anymore. Wait, I got an idea! Haha! One-handedly! Wait, I'm gonna use single-handedly! That's probably a different meaning, but you know what? It's probably the fine, right? It's probably the fine, right? Single-handedly? Yeah, that's fine. It's probably the fine. This is fine. I can handle this. Scribbling down the name right in front of the man. The jack lifted up the cart. I love the idea of this guy just starts grabbing, right? This guy goes and he just like pulls out his journal and he starts scribbling it. The officer's looking at him like, what the hell are you doing? And Horace just goes, oh, hi. Just like that little bit of a wave. Not the first time in the story somebody got something from a Clark's glove box. No, it's not. No, it's not. Also, do you like the fact that that his glove box has a built-in fridge? Oh, like the Forrest Gump wave? Exactly the Forrest Gump wave. Exactly the Forrest Gump wave. That is exactly what I had in mind. I like it. It's very convenient. Well, I figure in a setting where energy isn't super, like, rare or anything... Oh, wait. What? Well... We're waiting! Yeah? Holy shit, you made the little German Forrest Gump. Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I unironically did. This is amazing. Yeah. Is Kruger Lieutenant Dan? He ain't got no legs. Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs. Everything's working out. I told you it would. I told you it would. We care for our own. Lieutenant Kruger, you ain't got no legs! The jack lifted the car with a soft hiss. The tire was changed in under 2 minutes, not a word wasted. It was peak efficiency in action. This is what he lived for. When they were done, the first officer placed a small tin of biscuits on the hood. For the road. Fresh from the officer's mess. Enjoy. A crisp salute from each of the men. Comma. Turned by horse. They were gone just as fast as they'd arrived. It was the fastest response Horace had ever gotten, and it filled him with a sense of planetary pride as he went over grabbing the tin. Everything's working out. I told you it would. We care for our own here. Everything's working out. I told you it would. We care for our own here. He looked closely at the lid and blinked a few times, before finally being able to put the contents of the lid through his mind. Before finally processing. It was like he short-circuited for just a second, looking at the embossing. His eyes didn't want to see it. Safe travels, citizen. Your emperor is proud of you. Ah! He took the tin and brought it back over, passing it to the young MP in the back seat, who gladly started munching. How are prosthetics in this setting? Can a person with no legs or arms pilot a mech suit? Yes and yes. They're very good. Prosthetics in this setting are very, very good. You kidding me? Like, losing your legs isn't really an issue in this setting. Losing your arms, losing your legs. Okay. So you guys know Wesson? Like, Wesson, Foster, the guy who dies in Chapter 4, right? If he hadn't have crawled to get that rocket launcher, he would have survived, right? Because the medical procedures that they have in this setting are good. The medical care is fantastic. He would have been fine. However, Junior would have been dead. If Wesson hadn't have stopped... Like, if Wesson hadn't have made that heroic sacrifice, his sacrifice saved the life of Junior, right? It is his fault... fault. You know what? Sure. It's his fault that Junior survived. Because it was him caring for his squad mates, and it was Pavel caring for his squad mates, working together and willing to sacrifice everything. But yeah, no, even with him losing both his legs, right? Because Wesson had, like, both his legs fucked up, right? He still could have survived, and he could have made it out. But he chose to sacrifice himself to save the lives of the rest of his crew. And, you know, that's actually a heroic sacrifice that does change the course of the entire planet. And also probably did save the lives of a lot of the rest of the squad. But if he had just, like, stayed there and not moved, yeah, he would have lived, right? Because you can, like, replace somebody's arms, their legs. In this setting, the augments are very, very useful, right? Like, you can replace your arms, your legs, like, anything you want to. You've got, like, the full cyberpunk gamut, right? What degree of borrowing out do we get? The small core potentially keeping steady power. Well, Hey, how's it going? How's it going, universe? Good to see ya! Or I guess Trinity, is that the one? I forget what your old username was before you swapped, but I recognize your icon. I recognize that much. Today's my birthday. You know, we have a redeem for that over on Twitch. You know, we have a redeem for that. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I got you covered. It's been a while since we've used this chat. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday. Woohoo. Happy birthday. Hope it's a great day. Happy birthday to you. Hope you have a good time. Crack on open some good wine. Happy birthday. Hope it's a great day. Happy birthday to you. Yeah! Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Trinity! Woo! Birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Beep. Happy birthday! 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 Yay! Birthday! I'm glad you decided to tune in to my stream on your birthday. Genuinely. Yay! Birthday! Happy birthday! We are working on the novel today. It is a Thursday, and so we work on the novel. Ah. He took the tin and brought it back over, passing to young MP in the backseat, who gladly started tossing baked goods into his mouth. I didn't know the Imperial agents were allowed planetside. Thought that was a treaty violation. Happy birthday! Birthday, birthday, birthday! Horse softly raised his cup, looking across to Briggs. Through the crimson waters held within. Grimson! Well, either way, guess we can thank the Empire for this one. To a bright future. Yes, yes, yes. The red liquid swirled around his glass, giving off light bubbles of carbonation. He brought it close to his lips, enjoying the intoxicating aroma. The absolutely intoxicating aroma. For Stentum Yamato had always been his favorite, and tonight was deserving of it. Had always been. For Stentum Yamato had always been the favorite of several of them, and tonight was deserving of it. He enjoyed the rosy light aroma with just that slight twang of chrysanthemum. The cherry undertones and the fizzy bubbles did him in every time. The 1949 vintage was one he'd been saving for a very special day. It was the last year the drink had been made, after all. Through it he could see white and green marble floors. Through his glass he could see white and green marble floors of the penthouse office. He could see the white and green marble floors of the penthouse office high above the city of Neu-Berlin. The windows up here were almost 2 meters thick and gave an excellent view of the nothing you could see from almost 3 kilometers off the ground. Occasionally one could get a good sight of the orbital yard, and on a particularly good day you might even be able to wave to the people inside as they passed. Today was a perfect day, but he'd made certain no one was going to see inside this time around. Lest someone learn too much. He flicked the button on his desk, dimming the window just enough to make it difficult to see inside. The outside world blackened to a comfortable degree. Small gathering of birds which somehow made it this high up. The idle chatter had been ebbing and flowing for some time. Everyone was in attendance except the empty investor seat that was meant for the Kaiser. It was always empty, to be fair. Yet he had little doubt someday he would be able to see it filled. Perhaps even by himself. Yeah. The thought absolutely warmed his gold heart. The green marble held itself with flicks of brilliant gold, and the occasional streak of white, which looked like roaring flames. The stock ticker that ran across the upper wall of the room was almost entirely green, except for one little marker that was deep, dark red. It was just the right shade to vanish to his drink. To vanish in his drink. Fallen out of sight, but never out of mind. The men and women gathered around the table were dressed in their finest suits and ties, wearing the same dark green, almost black suits he was, their ties a matching shade of deepest green. Deepest emerald! Emerald! Yeah! That is, except for that woman in red at the far end of the table. In a tranquil sea of perfect conformity, she just had to be different. Bright red lipstick, matching hair, and an ostentatious dress. There was always at least one. For a time. Every garden had its share of weeds. Gentlemen! Do you know the deepest misfortune in warfare? He adjusted his gold cufflinks. The letters HBKK, surrounded by deep gold damascening, felt so good beneath his fingers. Why not Ruby? On rails. Wooby! Wooby! Hold on, we're going to say ruby lipstick. Ruby lipstick, matching hair, and an ostentatious dress. Gentlemen, do you know the deepest misfortune in warfare? It's not the bodies, not the maps, not even the rebellious colonies which have forgotten which flag they should salute, which god they serve. He rose slowly. He let the pair of white-gloved attendants either side of him take the chair the instant he stood. Their feet clattered against the dark green marble flooring, but the chair never did. He waited for a 2 count before starting to walk. Though, I'll be the first to admit, they would prove good answers for the uninitiated. He used the napkin to dab alcohol from the corners of his mouth. The entire place was dead silent. The company jingle stopped. His feet echoed out, deliberately placed in time with the company's own anthem, and though it wasn't there, he could see they still felt it. The soft whir of HVAC bore a harmonizing hum. The night had been one lecture after another, and for once in his life, he was going to be the one lecturing instead of listening to lectures. You know what? I'm going to leave it as he would be the one lecturing instead of listening. And for once in his life, he was going to be the one lecturing instead of listening. Men grow back. Without honor, they're like weeds. The wall of the fallen scroll behind him, loaded with names, dates, little heroic portraits. They reflected in his reading glasses. He couldn't see a single one of them looking at it. A single member of the board. He couldn't see a single member of the board looking at it. They simply scream more when you burn them. He tossed the napkin into the fireplace, the alcohol making it burn brilliantly against the green flames, gone in an instant. He passed by one old fossil after the next. Countries, companies even, come and go all the time, with the phase of the moon. He reached the large frame photo of his late adoptive father, one that had hung in that exact spot for years. With 2 fingers and a gesture so gentile it could have been reverent, he turned the portrait towards the wall. You want examples? Canada, Texaco, every old Zaibatsu. He held those 2 gloved fingers up in the air, counting with them and his thumb. The entire room suddenly felt so much colder in spite of the roaring fireplace. He made his way to the globe in the corner of the room. Identity? Marketing, when you own the printers, can be anything you want it to be, really. He trailed off softly, confidently. Period. He let the globe start to spin, watching continents blur beneath his fingers. No, gentlemen. No. The problem with war is that it ends. He rested his finger down softly at the spot of Neu Berlin. For the briefest moments, the room's light flickered, and the HVAC stuttered. Just beneath the window, the maglev rolled by, speeding along at hypersonic velocity, at the exact time it always had. Several dozen passengers crammed into each of the cars as they roared by. Blissfully unaware that this was history in motion. The joys of automated systems filled his heart with warmth as always it had. Automation was predictable. Automation was predictable. The human element removed far from the reality of electrical impulses.
Yeah!
Life was actually very predictable. It was actually, let's say highly predictable. Yeah, highly predictable! Life was actually highly predictable when you remove certain variables. Vincent, for Christ's sake, don't act crazy. A single worn voice finally spoke up. The woman in ruby. Sure, fuck it. The woman in ruby at the back of the table. She was loud, bold, foreign. She was loud, bold, foreign. At least two of those was acceptable. He almost didn't hate her. We've all had the poetry seminar, and we're talking the K group here, not a real division. The HVAC kicked off, leaving a complete and total silence. The boardroom began to even colder grow. Really? That's a little bit awkward wording. Sure, fuck it, we'll leave it there. The only sound was a wedding ring hitting against a glass, and the softest sip of wine from a champagne flute. Junior let the silence fill the room for 3 seconds. 3 whole seconds of looking that woman dead in the eyes, before he finally gave her a friendly and understanding smile, one he'd given a nurse 5 years prior. Your concern is noted. With gratitude, Director Senpai. I will remember my place. His voice was soft and warm, as he bowed exactly 3 degrees, no more, no less. The 2 attendants walked to either side of her chair, and stood there in silence, her glass now held within their soft, gauze-gloved grasp. The woman's face lost all expression and color, as she looked to her now empty hand. Since the Treaty of 2020, we have bled 48 billion gold marks every quarter. We have 2 more quarters. 3 if we burn the Alpha Centauri holdings and the banks start feeling sentimental. He gave the smallest, most polite smile, thanking them in advance. We require a war. Small, clean, profitable. Now, nothing need appear. Nothing need appear in the minutes. No one need speak. Merely, do not leave this room before midnight, and I shall consider that. His voice went even softer, a warm, inviting tone bathing each word. The green light. My green light. He gave another light, respectful bow. That's all the poetry I have left, I'm afraid. That's all the poetry I have left, I'm afraid. You see, I never actually stayed for that seminar myself. I was too busy running your company for you. That one's a little bit much. That one's probably a little bit much. That's all the poetry I have left, I'm afraid. You see, I never actually stayed for that seminar myself. I was too busy running your company for you. was too busy running my department. His whole body turned to the portrait against the wall, and he lifted his glass up into the air for one brief moment. The HVAC kicked back on, filling the room with hot air once more, stripping away the chill. He drained the flute slowly. His hand lowered the glass with reverence and care, and yet it cracked on its own, reflecting several dozen faces back at him from the corner of his eye as he walked to the head of the table. The company anthem kicked back on. Filling the room with soft music. The whole world brightened. What's the opposite of dip? The whole world brightened as the lights dimmer switches slid back to full bright. He lowered himself to his seat, as it was sat right back down beneath him, and calmly folded his gloved hands. He waited with a warm smile, arms resting atop the mahogany of the beating table. Everyone was dead silent, the color already drained from many of the faces. He took silent measure of their expressions. I'll prep the tea for tomorrow's meeting myself. Wait, I have an idea. I'll prep the tea for tomorrow's meeting myself. Yes! Yes! I'm a genius! Yes! Yes! Hold on. Excuse me, I'm getting a pile of messages. Gotta catch 'em all. Let's see what we got here. Ba 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 ba. Brr, brr. Think. Think. I'm thinking, chat. I'm thinking. I'm a thinker. Think. Okay. Idea. Also, I had to send a message to somebody real quick. Holy shit, I've never actually seen Girls Frontline properly, chat. Fuck. Those women are cute. Holy shit. Those women are cute. Alright, and here's the new chapter that I added in, right? So those of you who have been here, this is the first, like, new chapter that's entirely new. Reinhardt watched the smoldering ash at the end of his cigar for a long moment as the figures around him. Let's just say, let's leave out the for a long moment. Yeah, Reinhardt watched the smoldering ash in the end of his cigar as the figures around him unloaded their gear. His eyes looked on to the green embers as Kruger. His eyes locked on the green embers as Kruger made his way up over to his side. Took his time raising onto the bumper. The two stood in silence, leaning against the front bumper. The two stood in silence, leaning against the front bumper, feet propped up on the chrome brush guard. It supported their weight well enough, and the little spikes on its surface made for perfect footholds. Kruger held out an unlit cigar to one side, and wordlessly Reinhardt lit it with the end of his own, tapping the two together till the embers passed, one to the other. You surprise me, Herr Hauptmann. I hardly expected to meet another man of taste on this rock. He paused with a bright smile crossing his lips, the brilliant red of the sun shining down on their heads. The brilliant red of the sun shining down on their heads as they waited for the crews to unload their gear. Crews to wrap up. You could smell the strong peanut oil. He could smell the strong burning peanut oil mixed with the silica. And the lives of an entire platoon. Feel the warm sun tanning his face and the soft breeze. Carrying bits of silica. White Dove isn't exactly a common brand this side of the galaxy. He motioned across Kruger's well-shaven form, taking brief note of the small nicks on his chin when the man had tried and failed to get a clean shave. And yet, here you are with a genuine article. Not exactly cheap to import. Not exactly cheap to import, is it? Kruger puffed on the cigar for a long moment. No. We're not doing that long moment shit. Nah. Kruger puffed on the cigar, allowing the smoke to fill his mouth before rolling it out in small, glittering clouds. Small, puffy clouds. Haven't had that rank in years, sir. Please, just a sergeant these days. Nothing special. Reinhardt couldn't help but wonder. Tell me then, Herr Feldwebel. He paused for a long moment, taking another... He paused. No. None of that long moment shit. I use too much of for a long moment. Story time with the villain. Yes. He paused, taking another drag from his matching cigar. Do you keep that stick up your ass out of professional courtesy, or is it simply a hobby? Kruger started coughing violently, visibly caught off guard. It brought a warm and hearty grin across his face. His entire face. There. See? Now you almost look human. He rubbed the back of his soft velvet glove, feeling over the sigil of the Imperial Eagle backed by a flower. It took the older man a few moments to regather his composure. During that time, Reinhardt continued his speech. We are entering an area of which I'm lacking familiarity, Herr Feldwebel, and given recent activities... He paused as an IT unit stepped tall over their truck, bathing the two in complete darkness as it blotted out the sun. Their automatic lights kicked right on. The suit joined with the rest of its fire team. Yeah, with the rest of its fire team. Leaning back in a way that was far too human for its own good. It didn't help that the suit's chest was slowly raising and falling as if it were breathing. As if it were breathing. I would prefer my men to be of high spirits leading up to... He motioned to the massive 20-meter tall vault door. Massive 20-meter tall. The opening of this little crypt. The mountain had been cracked open, clean down the middle, split to either side. Clean down the middle. Comma! Split to either side. Comma! Red silica glass peeled back. Split to either side. The red silica glass had been further peeled back. Peeled back. No. Had been further peeled back by the bright orange and black clad, 8-meter tall construction units, which were presently attempting to slowly drill... Units. They were presently attempting to slowly drill their way through the walls with their massive 3-story tall pneumatics. Pneumatic drills spraying high-pressure water. Let me see here. They were presently attempting to slowly drill their way through the walls with their massive 3-story tall pneumatic drills, spraying high-pressure water to away excess metal shavings. The metal collapsed to the ground in big piles, falling to the back of large hauling trucks. They moved bumper to bumper. To miss their beds. The metal collapsed to the ground in big piles, falling to the back of large dump trucks, moving material up and off back along the highway to be melted down. They moved bumper to bumper. Bumper to bumper, not allowing for a single scrap of metal to miss their beds. IT units of all sizes and shapes surrounded them. Dozens of units, all working at a scale that made the man feel almost insignificant. He looked upon their glistening metal frames. He looked upon their glistening metal frames and took in the distinct smell of hydraulic fluids. And the sight of his own reflection. There were two squads of military units, of course. Their massive rifles, the size of small homes, held in their arms as they patrolled back and forth along the Bundesautobahn. If it weren't for the trucks for scale, he could have forgotten. The way they moved was so human, it was uncanny. No, I don't need that as well in this one. Kruger's men continued to unload the truck, but there were hundreds of soldiers unloading gear and preparing for a dive into the structure proper. Kruger spoke after he'd managed to collect himself. His body language was much less rigid than it had been simply a moment prior. Sir, do you mind telling me how it takes almost 5 years to bust through a single door? Paperwork, Herr Feldwebel. Much like perfection, it takes time, Reinhardt said with a soft smile. Reinhardt sung with a soft smile. He watched the men run about with clockwork precision, checking their movements against his pocket watch. Everything had to be perfectly timed. This is like that one German clip about him writing sci-fi and him repeatedly telling chat to shush. Yeah, it kinda is. It kinda is. Man, I fucking love Germa. Well, hey, no, if you guys ever want to, like, talk about anything or you got questions on anything you hear me doing here, feel free. Shit. I can write and read chat. I'm not, like, super crazy or anything. Well, I am super crazy, but I'm not, like, super, hyper, ultra, mega, like, locked in, do all this shit. Part of the reason why I'm streaming this is so that I don't over-lock in, you know what I mean? Because it's not healthy to lock in too much, you know what I mean? It's genuinely not. If you're so fucking locked in that you're not able to, like, joke with yourself and have a good time, are you really doing a proper job? You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not doing a proper job even with me focusing on it, but still. Much like perfection, it takes time. And the door's perhaps the thickest we've ever had to break through, but I find that a much less interesting answer, don't you? His smile grew wider before fading to a light smirk. Who doesn't enjoy paperwork? Even for the Empire. And the door's perhaps the thickest we've ever had to break through, but I find that much less interesting. Philosophically. Yes! 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 Permission to speak freely, sir. Kruger asked as the last of the sandbags were set up on the wall near the front entrance. The HMGs were lowered into place. 30 in all pointed right into the doorway. Granted, Herr Fairweber. Reinhardt chimed back as the military IT units started to form up into position in perfect lockstep, kneeling down with one going completely prone to allow his 88mm LMG to rest on the ground. Picked up a small cloud of silica. That was carried away by massive towering fans. You're one sick fuck. The two of them burst out laughing as Reinhardt snorted out small clouds of smoke from his cigar. His sides hurt as he pressed harder against the hood of the truck. Cigar. Period. His sides hurt from laughing. As he pressed harder against the hood. As he pressed harder against the hood of the truck. Comma. His feet on the chrome bumper. Nah. There we go. We won't clarify. Moments like this were exactly why he joined the department. Reinhardt slowly... there we go. Yeah, there we go. Hell yeah. Moments like this were exactly why he joined the department. Reinhardt slowly adjusted the cuffs of his dark blue, almost black suit. As he looked down at his hands, he heard the low hiss of the door breaking its air seal. He held out his hand to his side. Comma. You know what? We'll do a new line on there. He held out his hand to his side, comma, an assistant placing the plate carrier. After just barely a couple of seconds. An assistant placed the plate carrier into his grasp. The young man ran back off to the back of the truck to carry off the small envelope he traded it for. He slowly began to lock the clasps into place as the wall of ancient air washed over everything. Comma. Kicking up a wall of dust that stripped the ground. They stripped the ground completely clean. The air smelled stagnant and harsh, and snuffed their cigarettes out in an instant. It was a smell of decay mixed with burning. For a moment, no one spoke a single word. The only sound was the slight shifting of the weapons and gears. The entire platoon held their breath looking into the doorway. Reinhardt pressed his hand firmly down to the radio on his shoulder, keying it with an audible beep. His expression flat and businesslike. His expression was flat and businesslike as he spoke. Gentlemen! A soft pause. Lights! Breep! Dun 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 dun! Clack! I love onomatopoeia. It makes me happy. Hundreds of lights suddenly flashed to life. The spotlights shining out. The spotlights shone out. There we go. Showed! The spotlights shone out into the pitch black darkness of the void. All the floodlights glimmered out into the darkened ramp. Comma. Each on its own would have been enough to turn the dead of night into broad daylight, and yet the place still looked... Yet the inside... Yet the inside remained almost pitch black. Gray metal walls and a matching floor. Gray metal walls and a matching floor without even a speck of dust. They could hear the rush of air as the world began to equalize. In the darkness, they could hear something. A mechanical whirring. Kruger had his sour expression back on, the mask hiding the man once again. He spoke in a low voice. Like a damn sarcophagus in there. Glad we brought PPE. His hand reached down around his neck before pulling the gas mask back to his face, snugging it tight against his hard hat. Smells like death warmed over. For the briefest moment, it looked like something was shifting in the darkness. Reinhardt stepped onto the hand. Something shifting in the darkness. An inky black void moving. Yet, when the lights moved to its position, there was nothing at all. Just flat, reflective metal. Reinhardt stepped up onto the hand of his personal IT unit, and it lifted him up to the air, towards his chest. It lifted him into the air, towards his chest. He could never get over the strange feeling in his heart from looking into his own eyes on the face of the suit. The plate hissed and broke open, splitting to either side at 8 key joints. Fading open, sliding. Sliding open like a spider's web. From the depths of the suit, tendrils reached out, gently taking hold of him to pull him deep into the 10-meter-tall copy of his own body. The 10-meter copy of his own body. You know, I'll call it 11. He held his arms out to either side of the suit. To either side. Comma. Now, ha, comma! The suit posing to match, as he was lowered into the small baby carrier in the center of the suit's head. His vision became one with the suit proper. In the darkness of his blindness, he could almost make out a figure on the horizon. Down below, he could see Epsilon. Down below, once his vision returned. Down below, once his vision returned now through the cold CRT screens, he could see Epsilon loading up into the command truck. Period. As his face sealed itself back shut, his eyes slid back into position. His vision flooded with a wall of information. Cascaded one after another, risking a total overload of his mind. He could see through everyone's body cams from the safety of his command suit. A constant wall of vitals and communications parsed into legibility by his brain's electronic coprocessor. Gentlemen, let's see what present the Ruskies left wrapped under the tree this year. He went to adjust his cufflinks, flexing his fingers slightly as he realized that he was scraping the metal of his suit's hand against the metal of its wrists. I do sincerely hope you've all been good boys and girls this year. He paused for a brief moment. Clack. Clack. Unslinging his 50mm auto rifle from his back, the magnets unhooking in perfect timing with the rest of his squad. I'm certain none of us want to find Krampus waiting. The platoon's laughter bounded off the walls as they began to march in through the open vault door. He couldn't help but smile. Yay! Hold on. Hold on, excuse me. I have to make sure I can get something here. Hold on. Yeah. I have to check something real quick. I know, it's so quick! Look at me copying all this shit! So I can have a backup of the backup that's disassociated with the rest of the backup. It's okay, listen, sometimes... Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, what was that? Hell yeah. Who's love's the fucking best? There we go. Copy that over there. Save that on that segment. Yes, yes. I feel so much better. Bum 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 bum. I don't know what else I want to do with this one. I want to like do something extra with this one, and I'm not sure what. I feel like there needs to be something. I don't know. Not sure. Not sure at all what I want to do here. Oh, what is this? Somebody's sending me messages. What? What have I done? What have I done? What happened? What? I didn't do anything wrong, right? What's 9 of your friends? I thought it was 19. Why did I think it was 19? It's only 9. Okay. Well, I guess that's not gonna work. Ah, well. What? Oh, okay. Gotcha. That makes sense. Huh. Okay. Well, I think... Huh. Not sure. Not sure. Do 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 do. Hiddy dee 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 dee. Hiddy dee 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 dee. I love writing books. It makes me happy. Yes. I feel like I need to read through a lot of these out loud again, and I'm using chat as a what's the word there? What's the word? Beta read? Beta reader? Whatever. I'm reading to chat and then hoping that it turns out right. I think I've got a rough good idea here. Yeah, that makes me happy. What do we got here? Ah! No! What am I breaking? No, stop it. Here we go. Okay. I think I've got all this fixed, maybe. Ah. Fix it! Fix it! Okay. All right. I think... Let's see. I believe I've got all this stuff good. Yes. Okay. Let's see. I'll read this one out again. Oh, jeez, it's hot as hell down here. Chapter 18, Acceptable Casualties. Catherine sewed diligently at her half-moon mahogany desk. The smell of incense burned away any of the worry she'd had for the day's earlier events. Her fingers streamed from one key to the next on her split keyboard. The sticker on the side was a chibi Frankenstein's monster. It made her smile to look at. poked at it with a single, long-nailed finger. Two more hours. Just need 2 more hours. She spoke slowly, her eyes half-lidded, blowing on her long nails, trying to make them dry just a little bit faster. It had already been a brutal 4-hour shift, and there was no way she was going to stay the full 6 if she could help it. Everything had to be done right, fast, and cheap. The problem was corporate didn't exactly seem to understand you're supposed to pick 2 of those. She looked past her reflection, the 7 CRT monitors that were mounted over her desk, each rolling through a vast wall of information. They bathed her in a deep off-green glow. Yep. Shift. There we go. It was too much for her to keep track of on her own. She was lucky to have sprung for a coprocessor. Even if the implant made her hair sit a bit strangely. She looked better with a bob anyway. Gonna kill Taylor for making me take this damn job. She took a long drag from her herbal cigarette. The smell of roses. From the smoke rose her spirits. I want to be home. I'm gonna wish he was a dead man. She set it down in the ashtray before turning back to her work, trying to force herself through with this last bit of paperwork before she could clock out, but something was off in her tables. For the briefest moment, she saw a lone word peeking out of the colorful table that usually held her schedule for the kids' itinerary. She blinked a few times before saying it out loud. Contract? What the hell? Her face narrowed closer to the screen. It must have been a system error. She'd have to call tech support and She looked over to the side. Sitting on the windowsill was a small white bird. Another damn dove. Really? Again? She asked it, looking for a long moment as she hovered her hand. No. We're getting rid of that a long moment. She asked it, looking as she hovered her hand above the button next to the door. I'll do it! The bird leaned back for a moment. Looked her in the eyes. Don't think I won't, you rat with wings. Pick, pick, pick. She hit the button, delivering a quick, controlled shock, and sure enough, just like every other time, he stopped pecking. Didn't leave. Didn't even flinch, really. But at least he'd stopped. When she turned back for the window, she couldn't find where the text had been. It was gone fast as it had arrived. She picked up her cup of coffee and took a long sip through the straw so she wouldn't ruin her lipstick. She scribbled down with her ink pen a note to remind herself to ask tech support to run a virus scan on the system. This was the last document for the night, and then she'd be... Ding, ding. Priority message encrypted from Regional Director Vinzenz Kuz Jr. Oh, wait, hold on. Chat. We can get immersive. Hold on. Excuse me, we can get immersive. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see if this works. Hold on. Come on. Work. It'll be funny.
Priority message encrypted from Regional Director Vinzenz Kuz Jr.
There you go, chat. You hear that? It's such a realistic sound. Yeah. Yeah, you guys would like to use that system. It talks to you. That makes it up to date. The overly chipper voice of the text-to-speech system made her almost throw the coffee mug against the wall. Wow, you got the Stephen Hawking's on stream?
No spadacious dude, I am the Stephen Hawking's ready to kick lips red hardcore.
Hold on, I have an idea, chat. Hold on, I have an idea.
What the fuck did you just fucking say about me, you little bitch? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids on Al-Qaeda, and I have over 300 confirmed kills. I am trained in guerrilla warfare and I'm the top sniper in the entire US Armed Forces. You are nothing to me but just another target. I will wipe you the fuck out, the likes of which has never been seen before on
It's so good!
words. You think you can get away with saying that shit to me over the internet? Think again, fucker. As we speak, I am contacting my secret network of spies across the USA and your IP is being traced right now, so you better prepare for the storm. MAGA. The storm that wipes out the pathetic places you call your life. You're fucking dead, kid. I can be anywhere.
It's so good!
Kill you in over 700 ways, and that's just with my bare hands. Not only am I extensively trained in an armed combat,
Tell me more!
access to tea.
Tell me more! Access to tea! Oh, he has access to tea from the dragonstreasure.com using code Kotetsu at checkout? For 10% off your order? Holy shit! Oh, I love that so much. Oh, I love it so much. Deck Talk is such a lovely little thing. Chat, if I ever do like an audiobook of this shit, I should just run it through Deck Talk. Yeah, we'll just do you would just do the audiobook. Presented by Deck Talk. Hold on, I'm curious.
This is like that one German clip about writing sci-fi and him repeatedly telling chat to shush.
Hey, wait! I should set this up so that this happens all the time.
Wow, you got the Stephen Hawkins on stream?
I love it! Oh, it's so fucking good! Chat, it's so good! What are some other copy paste I can put in here? Hold on. Excuse me. What do we got? What do we got here? Hold on. What?
I like to creep around my home and act like a goblin. I don't know why, but I just enjoy doing this. Maybe I'm a way of dealing with stress or something, but I just do it about once every week. I will carry around a sack and creep around in a sort of position, making goblin noises. Then I will walk around my house and pick up various different attributes and put them in my bag while saying stuff like, "Hey, I'll be having that," and laughing maniacally in my goblin voice. The trinkets on include anything from shit I find on the ground to cutlery or other utensils. The other day I was talking to my neighbors and they mentioned hearing weird noises like what I wrote about, and I was just internally screaming the entire conversation. I'm 99% sure they don't know it was me, but god, that 1% chance is seriously weighing on my mind.
Oh... Oh, it's so stupid. Oh, it's so stupid. Chat, this is really top notch. I know. Listen, Deck Talk is the best. Hold on, why am I reading this anymore? Excuse me, chat. Why the fuck am I reading this? Hold on. I know how to fix it. Hold on, chat. I don't have to read this shit at all. I got Deck Talk. Excuse me, chat. Thank you, Deck Talk. Go!
Encrypted from Regional Director Vincent, whose JR period a overly chipper voice of the tech system.
I don't gotta do shit anymore, chat.
A coffee mug against the wall. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, what did you do? Attach the whole claims database question my cave mother out a small wall of smoke looking at the file attachment. AWO makes an 11 megabyte Excel sheet. Christ, Theria's elegant and then Theria's showing off period A groaned low and slowly, putting it off for a moment. She thought about smashing the card against the table and having enough.
So good, chat!
But then instead just need to clean
Ugh.
it again. She focused hard on the actuary tables, getting
So good.
were She knew she could get done quick first before moving on to whatever fresh hell management was unlocking for her. Ding ding. A priority message encrypted from Regional Director Vincent's Tuesday period. Dave put her head down in her hands for a moment, grabbing the pillow from the back of her chair and screaming into it as she threw it.
Oh man, Chad, I could just sit here and I could have the book read to me. I don't have to do shit. Oh, it's so good. It's so good, chat. Did you know the mighty Stephen Hawking is a fucking Quake master? Unless you're pushing 40, you probably don't. I mean, Quake's awesome. So I mean. Oh, hey, hold on. Let's have, I don't have to read my chat anymore, chat. I can let this thing read it.
Did you know that the mighty Stephen Hawking is a fucking Quake master? Unless you're pushing 40, you probably don't.
Well, I mean, he's not a Quake master anymore. He's dead. Oh, why, I love it so much, chat. I don't gotta do shit. I can just, I can focus on writing, and then occasionally we just have the AI voice read it out for me. Well, not AI voice, deck talk. Hima hasn't heard the Quake rap. Have I heard anything? He died, I didn't even know he was sick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's dead. Isn't he dead? Is he not dead? Is he not dead? He might not be dead. Oh, hold on, let me just, there we go. While I'm writing this, here you go, chat. There you go. You can have it read out while I work on this.
A priority message encrypted from Regional Director Vincent's Tuesday period. Dave put her head down in her hands for a moment, grabbing the pillow from the back of her chair and screaming into it. As she threw it back to the side, she managed to slide her hand across the ink pad at her desk. Just one moment of relief before she opened the file and her whole workstation began to chug. She sipped her coffee slowly and deliberately through the straw as she adjusted her pillow back beneath her. To make matters worse, now a second dove had joined next to the first. She hovered her hand next to the button for just a second to remind them it was there before starting to read as the columns began to populate. She spoke softly under
it's so
her
good,
breath,
Chad.
her expression softening somewhat from anger as she started to feel something a little different. Expected annual pilot attrition, words tumbled out of her mouth towards the floor. She looked at it for a long time, reading as the windows filled out. Another dove landed on the wind.
Dove? Windows! On the wind! Landing on the wind! There we go. Oh, I feel better. Those dwarves left on Epstein Island will be so sad to hear this. No! No! Ah, dwarves. Been dead and buried next to Isaac Newton. Okay, what do we have here? Hold on. Let me try and find something else I can. Hold on. What if I try and find like some random post on Twitter, chat? Hold on. Wait, I have an idea. Hold on. I'm a fucking genius, chat. I'm a fucking genius, chat. Hold on. I'm actually just the best ever.
Aw, yes, here's your superstar night. Yeah, you know who this is. It's your one and only Pippa in the house. You know how it's gonna go down with me. I'm about to tell you. So listen good, here I come. A mega idol, all eyes on me. No eyes on you, you think I'm silly. Fight till the end, I am a super.
But it's so good!
Supply, I anyone met you is either day and night. I am a superstar. Inside the screen so fly, I am the only
So
one.
good.
Yeah, the Ripper.
The Ripper! It's like he knows! Chad, it's like he knows! It's like he knows! They don't have... Nobody ever has the other voices from Deck Talk. They always have that voice. They never have the other ones. Deck Talk Doctor was always usually... Like, Dr. Daniel, I think it is? Is it Dr. Daniel or Dr. David? I think it's Dr. Daniel is one of the voices on Deck Talk. Deck Talk, for those of you who are not aware, was a physical, like, station that you'd buy for, like, $4 grand back in, like, the 80s. And it did text-to-speech. But it was a physical fucking box that you sat next to your computer. And the original one was, like, $4,000 in, like, the 70s. And nobody could afford it. But it had 13 different voices that it could do. And nobody thinks about the other voices. They're always just thinking about the one that sounds kind of like the one that Stephen Hawking used. Even though Stephen Hawking didn't use that one. But, you know... What you gonna do? Words tumbled out of her mouth towards the floor. She looked at it for a long time, reading as the windows filled out. Another dove landed on the windowsill. Orphan generation. Inceptible casualties. Her eyes started to open a little bit further. She dropped her coffee mug down to the table. A little bit of it splashed out the sides, causing her to look down and grab a box of tissues on the side of the computer. She took a long drag from her cigarette. So long it dumped ash right to the tray on her desk. She felt she might need another pack or two as she read the words, "Child soldiers reduce long-term training costs by 24%. Acceptable cost cutting. That can't be right." She paused for a moment, looking over the numbers in silence. One of the birds were gathering by the windowsill looking at her. At least they weren't pecking. Her fingers started to dance around across the keyboard as she sent a quick email up the chain. She glanced from one side to the next, making sure, absolutely sure. Her fingers rested against her chin as she looked at the monitor. She looked at the monitor in stunned silence before saying with premeditation in her voice, 98% uptake till 26. She closed her eyes, talking to CRT as if it would speak back. Sweetheart, no. You had about 9 years and little bastards figure out dying's forever. She began to rework the sheet, adding notes where needed. It was going to be a long night, but if anyone was going to get it done, she was the woman for the job. She grabbed the faded white phone beside her and tapped out a few numbers. Hey, honey, yeah, I'm sorry, Taylor. Can you do me a favor and defrost the turkey for me? Her hands glowed from one line to the next as she worked her magic. Her windowsill was now full of doves sitting in silence, watching her call. I know you told me to take the job. I know, but you told me to take the job, and if I'm going to do it at all, I'm going to do it right. Her voice fell slightly as she adjusted the target regions. It's going to be another late night. My manager just dumped a monster new spreadsheet, so I'm going to have to stay and fix it for him. She took another drag from her cigarette, correcting the percentages in the acceptable casualty section, running the math through her head as she spoke. Oh, he means well. You just know how it is with his type. Head goes a million directions. Director's mostly harmless. She let out a soft chuckle as she waited for the new table to populate. Love you too, honey. You come home safe or not at all. And remember, tuck the kids in before dark. She looked at the red ink now covering her hand and realized just how long a night it was going to be. Here you go, Hima. You know you want it. I'll use the God Emperor voice personally. There's so many good voices. You kidding me? Oh, yeah! Oh, yes. Chat, I must share the sounds, the beautiful sounds. Chat, it's Doom. Yes.
Bang, 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 shoot.
Scree! Scree grunt!
Ouchie.
Here comes Flame Boy.
Here comes Flame Boy! I want to play this game. Hold on, I can play this? Chat. 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 Is a download link for that. That's amazing! That's amazing! I need it in my life! I am a professional. I know how to write things. I know how to write things. He looked for a long moment at the blood on his hands. In the distance, he could hear sirens blaring loud and clear. The sound of rubber on concrete hexes got closer, each and every moment. Got closer. Got closer. Comma. Got closer with each and every moment. Comma. As he slowly rose to a stand, watching red liquid drip to the floor from his battered fingers. They were cold, clammy, and shaking so much that he couldn't even hold the blade anymore. It clattered slowly to the ground, its fall bounding. Period. Its fall bounded. Bounded! Bounded! From one wall to the next, he stood watching his hand open and close of its own accord. Yeah. Her body looked so peaceful sprawled out before him. If it weren't for the blood, he could have convinced himself she was only sleeping. That he could wake her if he shook hard enough. Instead, he made his way to the slowly roaring fire, stepping around the blood that pooled at his feet. His lifting wide. Pooled at his feet. His legs lifted wide to cross over her body. Snap! He pulled one glove and then the next, splattering more blood across the ground in the process. His hands were clean, and yet the blood was still soaked through. He threw the pair into the fire, watching them smolder and cook away. Till they turned to ash. Carefully he made his way back to her body and ran his finger around the neural jack at the base of her skull. A surge filled his mind as the electricity arced to his finger. For the briefest moment, he felt... Period. For the briefest moment, he felt genuine guilt at what he'd done. We'll get over it. The clatter of his feet shifted from linoleum to stone and shattered glass which crunched beneath his black leather shoes. Crunch, crunch, crunch. His steps were slow and measured as he turned from the flame towards the direction it had fled. His eyes fell on the source of the breeze. Why do I always do that, like, present tense, past tense shit? His eyes fell on the source of the breeze. The smell of blood mixed. The smell of blood mixed with the fog, mixed with the smog of the city. A hint of life that ebbed and flowed far beneath him. Ooh, wait a second. Ooh. A 100 different restaurant jingles mixed together. Yes! I'm a genius! You smell that, chat? Oh, that's the smell of me huffing my own farts. Oh, I'm a genius! I'm so good at this! He leaned out the window, looking down to the massed Gothic towers sprawling in all directions. Period! He was unable to see the ground for the tops of the clouds. Only 100 other blackened spires stuck far beyond the mire. Stuck out far beyond the mire. The wind stung against his face, blowing his hair back flat against his skin, pushing the strands of blonde to either side. No fire exit, only an adjacent building. Its own window left propped open. The room within was pitch black and unrecognizable. He slowly turned from it and back to the room. A slight breath escaped his lips, sending a visible cloud rising from his mouth. His countenance fell as he looked back at her again. His eyes never allowed him to look for very long. He couldn't force himself to, no matter how much he wanted. Slowly his steps echoed out once more as he brought himself to the bathroom door, pulling a fresh set of white gloves from his suit's pocket. A light snap sent them back into place as he entered the bathroom. There we go. Yeah, we'll do that. The mirror was shattered, and he could only gain the smallest glimpse of himself within it. The room reflected still cold. The room reflected within. The room reflected within was still cold in spite of the fireplace's warm amber glow. He'd never been so cold before. But he'd get used to it. He knelt down, turning the knobs, pouring out the dark liquid so he could begin to wash his face clean. The ice-cold liquid finally brought the world to better focus. Brought the world to better focus. Brought the world to better focus. The simulacrum of candles light stung his eyes as his vision blurred in and out for a few moments longer. His eyes sat on the slumped figure in the tub. There we go! It never had to be this way, but it was always going to be. It was a man dressed in the uniform of corporate security. He looked so peaceful as he lay unconscious in the tub. There was another pang of that familiar sensation for just a brief moment. One glove finger. What do we do there? One glove finger. One glove finger was exposed for just long enough to touch the back of his neuroport. Neuroport before returning it beneath. The gauze. And that feeling came back stronger again as he put the glove back to place. They buried it deeper than before. They buried it deeper than before. He was almost pleading with himself to let it fade completely. There was a job that needed done. He took Reinhardt's pistol slowly from his belt and popped it into the man's own hands. For the briefest moment, he started to hesitate, to move his hand away. One round to the temple, a deafening sound. As his hand forcibly depressed the trigger, the entire world was ringing. He let the man's arm drop back down as strands of crimson rolled across his head and down to his lap. His eyes had to adjust to the night once more. Junior's eyes had to adjust to the night once more, to the cold. Every time he thought he couldn't get any colder, he'd been proven wrong. He showed himself this time would be no different. He looked at it for a long time. He looked at it in silence. We're getting rid of the for the long moment. He looked at it in silence. His blood ran down the silver badge in the figure's hand. He knelt beside it for the briefest moment. His hand, his glove, his grasp, his fingers. His fingies. His fingers still unable to stop shaking no matter how warm he got when one touched his forehead. To his forehead. It wasn't his anymore. How could it have been? He placed the coin into the man's lapel, leaving just the slightest bit out visible. It would come in handy later. It would come in handy later. He knew the man all too well now. His hands drifted back up to the sides of his head. He knew Taylor all too well by now. His hands drifted back up to the sides of his head, slicking back that hair into prim and proper position. He stepped back to the main room. He stepped back into the main room, closing his eyes for a long moment. No, stop it with the long moment. Stop it with the long moment. No long moment. Stop that clarifier bullshit. That's how you can tell I fucking wrote it, because I use that every single time. Yet when they opened, she was right there, in the nexus of the apartment, and still very much dead. Such a waste of corporate property. Footsteps were echoing from the distant stairwell, growing closer. The sirens blared louder than ever. The soft crunch of glass echoed again as he made his choice, moving back to the windowsill. As they made his choice, moving back to the windowsill. As he lifted himself to the edge, ready to make his escape, the door slid open, but it wasn't the sound of a policeman. It was the scream of a young man silhouetted at the doorway by the hall's light. By the time it echoed out, he was already through the air, feeling the rush of frost against his skin. Bright lights of the city were on all sides. Bright lights of the city on all sides echoed out in the darkness. This was the feeling of progress. This was the feeling of progress. For one brief moment he felt free, well and truly free from himself, from all of this. Ew, this book is written by the author. Ew, ew, ew. Why isn't it written by somebody else? Ew, ew. Why didn't he hire an editor? Ew. Why? Why? Ah, he's terrible. We all hate him. Quick, throw rocks at him. Light him on fire. Shove him into a box. Bring out the Sandy Claus. Throw him in a box. By surprise, his hands found purchase on the building's ledge, and the ledge didn't give. He'd live yet. Looking down at him from the open window was a single dove, peaceful and tranquil. He asked simply, why? As he pulled as best as he could, forcing himself up and into the blackened void, even as the screams carried on, growing far more distant behind him. The bird flew its way off into the constant artificial glow of the city. He could hear the voice of the police running into the room, screaming back away from the body slowly. Get back! Get back! A single gunshot rang out. Yeah! Yeah, chat! Yeah! Ow! No! No! I hate how I open this book full of things I don't like! Oh! How dare they write this book that's full of things I don't like! I came into this place that sells things that I don't like, and it's filled with things that I don't enjoy! How could they do this to me? How could they do this to me? It's so full of things I don't like! Oh no! Why? Who makes things that I don't like and then sells them? We have to ban this sick filth! Hina watched the iron target spin round on the arm and stop the opposite side. It made such a... It made such a nice little clang noise that she couldn't help but smile, even when her AVS-36 failed to eject. She could smell the gunpowder in the air. It made her smile. A lot more than the fact. It made her smile. Period. Smile a lot more than the fact that it felt her chest was about to break from the recoil. Felt like her chest was about to recoil. She popped the magazine out from the bottom of the rifle and into her hand. She sat it onto the table before repositioning the gun straight up and down, keeping careful watch on exactly where she was pointing it. She looked at... There's another for a long moment! Fuck off for a long moment! She looked at it before blinking. Ah, yes. She looked at it before blinking at the size of the thing. She reached up on her toes. She reached up on her toes to bring the screwdriver to where the thing had been jammed. Where things had been jammed, but couldn't reach it. She let out a low murmur. Murmur! As she jumped once, then twice. I like the mental image of this. This makes me happy. You know, you can start helping anytime, Grandpa. She grabbed her hands back around it. Round the rifle. The rifle, smacking it. She grabbed her hands back around the rifle, smacking it on the table. Like a stick to knock out the round. It fell free and into her hand. She looked down at his green glint with a slight smile. It means a lot to me you enjoy that rifle, Hinariana. Came the soft, warm voice from beside her. Shave off some words there. Piotr always knew how to make her smile. It's the one your great-great-grandfather taught me to shoot, back when I was a boy. The one I taught your mother to shoot when she was a child. It wasn't easy to get him to let her learn to shoot. But a little bit of puppy dog eyes was more than enough to push it over the edge. She looked at the old man and saw his bright smile beneath that crooked nose that had never quite healed right. She returned a bright smile back to him, even in spite of the tooth that was still missing. Hima the Word Shaver, wear that title proudly, and don't fuck any goats. I was not planning on fucking any goats. Unless it's like a goat-themed VTuber woman who goes, hey, we have a lot in common. Let's go out on a date. And then we go out on a series of dates, and we wind up sharing and forming a connection. And then after, like, a few months of dating, we decide that we want to go steady, and then I present her with a diamond ring, and then we get married, and then we have sex. Otherwise, I'm not fucking any goats, all right? I'm just saying. There's like a process to that. You gotta like have that sort of like engagement at the very least before you have sex with any woman. I'm just saying. Just saying. If you only have sex with people you're married to, you're less likely to get in trouble. Remember that, boys! If you're not married to her, don't stick your dick in her. I'm just saying. If you ain't married to her, don't stick your dick in her. It's only gonna end poorly. Trust me. I know from experience. Yeah. Terrible, terrible experience. Holy shit, it was a bad experience. Anyway. Oh, well, if we're talking VTubers, I guess I'm like a fucker with like 3 animals at this point. Lovely. Stop fucking animals! Stop it! Stop it, DP! Stop having sex with the animals! Oh, no. You just reminded me of that fucking song. Hold on, where is it? Hold on, where is it? There it is. There it is. There was green alligators and long-necked geese, some humpty-back camels and some chimpanzees, some cats and rats and elephants as sure as you're born. The loveliest of all was the unicorn. That's the checklist. That's the checklist that Flame is over here in the corner like, oh yeah. Some humpty-back camels and some chimpanzees, and rats and cats and elephants as sure as you're born. But he's never fucked no unicorn. Oh, man. Jeez. Nice little checklist you got there, buddy. Oh, what do we got here? It wasn't easy to get. It wasn't easy. I can't help it. I tell VTuber and DMs I'm not parasocial. I'm more interested in the 3D women behind a camera. It works about a third of the time. No, it's never worked out. Yeah, no, it turns out some things just don't work out. Wah! Some humpty-back camels and the chimpanzees, rats and cats and elephants and shoulders are born, but don't you fuck no unicorn. Sorry, I've got that stuck in my head now. I can't help it. It's a good song. It's also, it would be a weird song, too. It wasn't easy to get him to let her learn to shoot. Get him to teach her to shoot? To teach her. It wasn't easy to get him to teach her to shoot, but a little bit of puppy dog eyes is more than enough to push it over the edge. She looked at the old man and saw his bright smile beneath that crooked nose that had never quite healed right. But she certainly held out the stories at school. If I end up dating a unicorn VTuber, I'm gonna blame you. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. I'm just saying that's fine. I'd recommend against it. Like, don't date VTubers. Date the person behind the VTuber. Don't date the character BFE, GFE. It's bad. I did. I know. But you know what else I know? That there's amazing deals on tea at thedragonstreasure.com when you use code Kotetsu at checkout for 10% off your order. That's right. 10% off your order. You can get soap and tea and energy drinks and coffee. And soap. Did I mention the soap? They got soap. Some of you guys need to use the soap from the Dragon's Treasure. Oh, she returned a bright smile. Back to him, even in spite of the tooth that was still missing. I didn't know they had gunpowder in the Stone Age. Her words brought out a deep belly laugh from the old man. She laughed back at him. Back to him, adding, and I'm sure when he used her, she actually worked. Rifle was simple, straightforward, and fired about 2 rounds between jams. Yeah. That's the thing, they're the same person. Don't tell the fans of larger tubers that. Shh. It pisses him off. Well, I mean, to be honest here, I don't believe that larger tubers exist. They don't exist! They're a myth! A rumor! A secret! Don't worry. I've got a secret formula. Because it's a secret formula. It's just a little bit of hot and a little bit of low. Just keep it on the low. Don't you go telling everybody that you know. I'm creating exciting entertainment as we're looking over text. Creating exciting entertainment as we're looking over text. Happy birthday! Ba, 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 ba. Oh wait, the birthday was earlier. Hold on. No, that's all well they worked from the factory. Piotr spoke with a bright laugh. He always looks so happy these days. The gun range was lit up with dozens of young men and women just like her, each taking pot shots down at the targets. But only one of them had her grandfather at her side. Every stereotypical Englishman is now an orc to me. Anyone who disagrees is a right kid. Alright, boys! We's gonna go down to town, and we's gonna have a crumpin' good time doing a pub crawl. Alright, boys? You and me, we's gonna go from East End to West End, and we's gonna drink, we's gonna fight, and we's gonna fuck us some women. Alright? We's gonna have a crumpin' good time. We's gonna have us a lot of alcohol, and we's gonna get arrested by morning, 'cause that's how it works. If you ain't waking up in the county clink, will you even having a drink? I'll tell you what you weren't. You gotta have the hangover, you gotta have the county clink, and you gotta have yourself a fight. Otherwise it ain't a war. How beautiful. She left the magazine out on the desk, manually clearing the rifle. She set it back against the rack, looking at him with a pouting expression. You forgot range safety. She held him tight in her arms, not wanting the moment to end. She could smell the low-quality cigarettes on him, but she was so happy for the first time in a long time she didn't smell even a hint of booze. It warmed her to her very core. Come on, Hinayana. Let's go home and see what your grandmother has for us, huh? Yeah! Hinayana paused for a long moment. Stop pausing! For a long moment! She put her hands on her hips to look up at him before looking back to the rifle she just put onto the rack. Inayana, you can either come back home and have a warm meal, or you can stay here with the empty rifle because I'm taking the magazines with me when I go. TikTok. Hina slung the rifle around her back. Once she'd made certain the weapon was cleared, she tightened the strap to make sure it wouldn't bounce, and only then did she take Pietro's hand into hers. As the two walked down the range, she waved at each of the other kids from her class as they walked by. The world just felt right, like it had for as long as she could really remember by this point. She was going to ace the exams for her 2-year service. She couldn't wait to be 14. She stopped beside one of the boys, a tall kid with a patch that read, "Future Troubleshooter!" It was a simple button with a little metal soldier blasting apart a Soviet crab. It looked like it had been hand-welded together with little bits of metal sanded down and polished back to a metal shine. Her hand slipped out of her grandfather's grasp as she looked closely at its surface. Her eyes went wide as dinner plates while she reached out to it. Out to it! Holding it for a moment. Holding it! Whoa, that's so awesome! Her eyes lit up bright and wide as she looked down at the badge. I know, right? Made it myself! He started to turn to his side, reaching to grab into the little pouch he had. The bag jingled with a few dozen of the patches. She went to speak up again, wanting to ask if she could have one, but her grandpa loudly cleared his throat. She ran off to catch him. Hey! The boy called back to her before spinning one of the badges directly into her hands. She caught it just barely before sticking it down into her range bag. It was a short trip back. Into her range bag. Brrr. The well-manicured sidewalks and city streets of the small town. It was a short trip back home. They only lived down the road. She waved over at Miss Dresner. as her grandson helped her water the petunias, and she couldn't help but light up as she saw the two G11s stacked atop each other. "Hi, Mrs. Dresner. Your petunias are lovely," she called out, jumping with a bit of a slight wave. Her grandfather gave a swift at ease as the old woman hopped to attention out of habit, drawing her oxygen tank close. They kept walking right past the perfect little lawns of old bluegrass that felt just right beneath their boots. Sprinklers ran, spritzing water out into the open air. Most of it evaporated! Most of it evaporated, leaving little to return back down to the ground. Every yard kept its sprinklers running during this time of the cycle, but it was only for a few hours. Out front of their two-story suburban home was a familiar black sedan. Period. It had pitch-black tinted windows and a single HBKK logo embossed in the flag waving on the antenna. Melatonin! Ooh, melatonin. Is it Miss Dresner or Mrs. Dresner? You have both. Oh, shit! Ah, you're right. Hold on, I dropped an R. Sorry, you're right. You're right. I dropped an R. Thank you for noticing, Potato. Thank you for noticing. This is why we have teamwork. She broke from her grandfather's grasp yet again and ran forward with a bright and friendly smile as the driver stepped out. "Uncle Vincent!" she said with a smile as she leapt into his arms. The 24-year-old man spun her around with a warm and friendly smile. "Hey there, kid. You've gotten so big since I saw you last." He let loose on her for just a moment, making her think he might drop her before he lifted her back up higher. She could feel the sun shining down the back of her neck, the comfort of his gloved hands on her, as he spun her around 2 full rotations. He spun her around. No, not an as. He spun her around 2 full rotations before he brought her back down into a large hug close against him. "Get much bigger and I won't be able to carry you anymore." She melted into that warm hug. He smelled like roses and chrysanthemums. She could hear the low whir of his replacement limbs, the subtle clicking of motors within them. It was like getting a hug from a clockwork man. She hugged him back tight before he sat her down, ruffling her hair with his white gloves. "I'm not bigger, I'm just taller," she said with a pout that faded after a single beat. "Why don't you head on inside and say hi to your grandma, Hinayana?" "Me and your grandfather need to talk business." "Let's go, Piotr." "Me and Piotr need to talk business." Hina loved the feeling of that hand ruffling her hair, but she still took out her brush and tried to fix it herself. She could hear him humming the Trappist anthem. She started to run. She started running into the home. Behind her, she could barely hear Junior speak. "Piotr, it's time to call in that favor, old friend. Just had a meeting with Reinhardt the other day, and found out you'd be good for it." "Your grandfather and I." "Ah! And he would be." "Ah." Piotr and I need to talk business." "Yes. Your grandfather and I need to talk business." "Piotr, it's time to call in that favor, old friend. Just had a meeting with Reinhardt the other day and found out you'd be good for it." "Never drop the R!" "No! I dropped the R! And for once I don't mean retarded!" "Go, go, Circle 9. Fight, fight, Circle 9. You cannot beat us if you try. Go!" The other one, he says, not pointing that out. What? What? I do like how Ruger had an entire line of pistols called the Hard R. I like that a lot. I want that advertisement to hang over my bed. You know that? Yes. They had a line of pistols in the 90s called the Hard R. And I really, really want that poster because the poster just has a bunch of guns and it says the words, the Hard R. I want that poster. I want it so bad. It's so fucking hard to find now. She put the words out of her mind before opening the door, ready to run inside, only to bound off a tired and friendly-looking uniformed officer. I remember going to the gun show. They had Glocks with extra long slides with the word cock. The 90s. Was that last year? Oh, wait, was that last year? Was that last year? I thought that was the 90s. If that was last year, my memory is still fucked. Then again, I thought the TMNT movies, the ones with the puppets, the Henson puppets, I thought that shit was like 2012. And I was reminded that that was like the 80s. So, my understanding of when things are might be a little bit fucked. As the kids on the internet say, a fair bit fucky-wucky. Ooh woo. Rar. Hold on, wait a second. Where is it? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, where are you? Where are you? Hold on, where is it?
Okay, I know this is a really bad idea, but I'm already here, so...
Yes.
Here we fucking go. Rawr. Extra noses pounces on you, ooh, you're so warm. Ooh. Couldn't help but notice your bolts from across the floor. Noses your Nicky Wakey till day Matilda, hee hee.
I am a serious man!
So baby, you so musky. Take me home, pet me.
I take myself very seriously.
You see me like my widow, baby, tail off for your bulgy wulgy. Kisses and lickies your neck.
Mm-hmm.
I hope daddy likey sazzles and wazzles your chest. I be getting thirsty. Hey, I got a little...
I take myself super seriously, chat.
Only 7 inches long. Ooh, please adopt me. Paws on your butt.
Yeah.
I lick my lips. Ooh,
You hear that music?
gotta hit 'em with
That's music, chat!
see it coming.
That's music. No, this is Senzawa. This is not Nyanners. That's not Nyanners. That's Senzawa. That's Senzawa. The fuck you saying, Nyanners? Go fuck yourself. That's not Nyanners. She's much better. I actually don't have that many problems with Nyanners, but I like saying that I do.
Well, here we go again. Gomen-nasai, my name is Ken-sama, but your waifu? She call me Dad-sama. Forever 17, your husband a dream. Gaijin blood, a raging sex machine. Training every day with my katana. Folded edges taste the resi sauna. Reppin' the kanji no Saka dialect. She know my 2D bitch, she deserves respect.
So good.
Going on my visa application.
Let me see.
Bowing to all the elders in the U.S. nation. Wrapped in the finest silk known to man. You better wish me luck while I'm in Japan. Arigato, bitch.
We were both wrong. It was 2009. Oh, fuck you, potato. So I'm wrong and you're wrong. But there was a 9. There was a 9. There was a 9. 90s, 2009. It's like the same thing. 90s, 2009. But I do want the poster. I want the poster. I want the hard R poster because it'd be funny as fuck. I would put that on my wall. Okay, so my room, chat. My room. Unironically. My room in my house, I have a bunch of portraits and paintings because I like collecting paintings, right? I was told once that my room looks hella, I can't use that word, so I'm gonna say hella gay instead. And he said this because 90/09, you win by dyslexia. True, and I have dyslexia. He said that because I have a bunch of like landscape paintings and like 19th and 18th century artworks on my walls. I have my entire house covered in paintings because I love paintings. I used to do painting myself. I used to do metalworking, glassworking. I did a lot of stained glass. So pretty much all of the windows on my grandparents' house, I replaced with stained glass. Literally every single window on their house, I replaced with stained glass windows. To the point that my grandmother got very angry at me. And I did not manage to take most of those with me, but I'd like to eventually redo all of my windows with stained glass as well. So my bedroom has a bunch of paintings all over the walls that are like really like classic, like 18th, 19th century painting of landscapes, buildings. One that is a very nice painting by a very famous painter who did a very good job as a military individual, but we don't talk about that anyway. Double paint unless you like an even higher heat bill. Oh, I actually... No. You can use the... Okay. So yeah, what I usually do if I'm putting stained glass on a window, right? I put the stained glass on top of the outside, on top of the inside. So I'll actually make like doubles. So I guess that is double paned. Yeah. But I put it on top of an existing window. I don't like replace the window itself, right? But I like size it up and I put it inside the frame. Because I find that shit looks pretty, right? It's very pretty. It makes me happy. But yeah, no, my room is full of paintings. So if I had a bunch of like classical paintings, and then just the hard R, I think that'd be great. I could put it on the roof. Yeah. I'd do it if I could. I always like stained glass. Well, I like making stained glass, and you like stained glass. I can't afford to make stained glass, actually thinking about it. Yeah. I can't really afford it. Shit. Man! Because what I would actually do is I'd buy big sheets of colored glass, right? And I would just take a fucking hammer and thwack! And then I'd weld them together. You just take like these sheets of single color glass, right? And I would just slam! And then I'd use the pieces, and I'd take a bunch of the different pieces, and I'd like slowly like weld them together using lead solder. And I'd build this like beautiful sort of like whatever I could see out of the pieces. I didn't usually like break them intentionally to form something. I would just go smash, and then if I saw something in the colors, I would make it, right? And I thought it was cool. I made like ducks, deer. I made like a copy of my grandparents' house on one of them. The sacking of some certain cities, the burning of Dresden, Normandy Beach. Jackson Pollock, sell those to your girl simps. What? Well, because like I've done woodworking before, I've done painting before, I've done glass work before, I've done glass blowing before. I used to do like wood duck carvings with my grandfather. So I've got like some carved wood ducks for like hunting. What else do I have? I used to like doing like recreations of like... Oh, hey! Thank you for joining in. Welcome in. Look at that! Wah! Wah! It just keeps going! Look at them go! Thank you for the subscription. But yeah, no, I used to do a lot of different... Nyanjing. Listen, I have no idea what you're talking about. I did not ever make stained glass of certain Japanese campaigns because I thought it'd be funny. I definitely did not make some stained glass of certain Vietnam campaigns and then give them to one of my Vietnamese buddies. Can you make like a stained glass of the bombing of Guernica? Yeah, I probably could. Like I said though, it's... Okay, so how I do it. I buy a bit. Xi Jinping will remember this. Xi Jinping deserves it! I shouldn't say that. Okay, cut his mic! Cut his mic! Cut his mic! Nyan King. But yeah, no, so what I would do is I buy this big sheet of, like, colored glass, or you color it yourself when you have actual access to, like, the glass blowing stuff, right? Minus 35 billion social credit score. If I get a low enough social credit score, it'll filter back around into a negative overflow, and then it'll go positive. It'll be great. Vlad the Impaler, sell it to Castlevania Flag. Ooh, I could do that. Because, like I said, okay, I'd either, like, blow the glass myself, right? Which not usually. Or I just buy sheets of colored glass, thwack it with a hammer, and then put it together, right? Because I find it more interesting to go in without an idea and see what comes out of it, rather than to go in with a direct idea. So, like, even with my writing here, like, if we go, like, the writing that I'm doing here, this shit is not a hard line, I am going to do X. This is, I have ideas, I have concepts, I'm going to see what works and what doesn't work, and I'm going to build them again and again and again until something comes out of it, and I will scrape away what's there, or in the case of this writing, I will add on to what's there until I can scrape away. So I'm adding text, removing text, adding things, removing, adding, removing, and building out what's already there into what it is. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Maybe. I don't know. But what I'm saying is, I like making things. I like writing books. I like writing scripts. I just got, like, $200, I think it is, for one of my, like, crappy scripts that I did for a commercial thing. That was fucking cool. I made, like, $200 off one of my scripts, chat. I could have gotten a lot more, but I'm like, yeah, fuck it, I don't need more than that. Neat. Yeah, it made me happy. Somebody actually gave me money for one of my scripts. It made me actually really fucking happy. And it's not like I wrote it for them. It's like, oh, hey, can we buy this? I'm like, hey, sure. I threw it together. I, like, shat that out. It's fine. Basically, Hima's Discworld, every possibility in the universe. Yeah! And that's, like, half the fun, right? You just, like, build a thing. Who cares? I have all these world details, right? If I build a massive fucking timeline for a setting, right? And I put all of these different details together for a setting, then I can just go, does it obey the rules of my setting? Okay, cool, then I can do whatever the fuck I want. I don't care. Watch it, kid, you almost bowled me right over, Taylor barked with a bit of a gruff smile. His dark blue uniform had been perfectly pressed. She grabbed around his midsection, looking up at Uncle Taylor. When are you gonna take me on a ride in your giant robot? She pouted into his leg, looking up at him, swaying from side to side. You took Kyle for a ride? Her face lit up even more. I want to use the cannon. Can I shoot people? He knelt down to her level. First, it's not a robot. It's power armor. He pushed his hand down onto her head. Second, I only do ride-alongs with cadets, like my son, Officer Kyle, who already served his 2 years. He ruffled her hair. And third, I just don't like you enough to let you shoot anybody. Sorry, kid. She looked at him for a long, silent moment. In stunned silence. Her mouth dropped open and she let go of his leg. That's one of my favorite lines as well. Just that whole, first, it's not a robot, it's power armor. Second, only Colonel officers. And third, I just don't like you enough to let you shoot anybody. I love it so much, it makes me happy. Whenever there's a line like that, right? Whenever there's a line like that, I like to hang on to it. He threw his hand back down into her hair, laughing hard from his belly. Even her grandpa and Uncle Vincenz were laughing. She hit Taylor in the leg and let out a sharp yelp. Oh, you little! Before just brushing off the slight wave of his hand. Tell you what, get your grandfather to call me on Tuesday. We'll take you for a ride in the squad car. Taylor called over to her, already walking over to the other two men. She turned around and looked back at him, seeing Uncle Vinzenz handing over some sort of small tan folder of paper. He might even let you use the stun gun on someone if you do well on your homework. Vinzenz called back with a bit of a laugh before getting a dirty look from Taylor. I'm gonna hold you to that, she called back before turning around. She was already running into the warm joy of home, throwing her arms around her grandmother. The sliding door clattered shut behind her. You know what? I want to add a few more lines. I want to add a little bit here. There we go. Basically, Hima's Discworld. Oh, wait, I already read that earlier. Haha! Huzzah! Beautiful, chat. Beautiful. Chapter 21. Hey. So you guys like... Do you guys like Officer Tyler? Taylor? Taylor, not Tyler. Do you guys like Officer Taylor? Do you guys want to see a day in his life? Let's get this slice of life. Of a single day. Following a detective. Yeah. Time to go to bed and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bed. Wait. Don't chew bubblegum in your bed! You'll get it stuck in your hair! What the fuck, man? The chrome doors of the elevator split down the middle and opened up slow and steady to either side. He'd gotten tired of looking at his own ugly mug 100 floors back, and it was good to get into the open air. And it was good to get some fresh air. Unfortunately, the fresh air was all recycled. Looks like his good mood. Fortunately, all the fresh air was recycled, much like his good mood. There was no press, no uniforms, no curious neighbors. The whole place was dead, far as the eye could see. There was only the faint stink of ozone from the building scrubbers and the low hum of the new-style bulbs that bathed the place in natural sunlight. He'd personally always preferred the classics, but on the dark side of Einsa, they needed all the artificial light they could get. Truth was, the lights were supposed to keep people. No seasonal depression, or mass drugging. Truth was, the lights were supposed to keep people sane. No seasonal depression or mass drugging to try and keep everybody steady if the bulbs gave out sunlight. I missed some streams. Can't believe we're this many chapters in. I know, right? It was supposed to keep people from... keep them steady if the bulbs gave out sunlight. The idea was good in theory. But if the call... Truth was, the lights were supposed to keep people sane. No seasonal depression or mass drugging to try and keep them steady if the bulbs gave out sunlight. The idea was good in theory, but if the colleague managed to get early was anything to go by, didn't seem to work worth a damn. Taylor was almost knocked over as a tech in a clean suit bowled past him in a bit of a hurry. Bowled past him. The man was in one hell of a hurry and built like a brick shithouse. He couldn't get a good look at him. He couldn't get a good look at him, but he didn't need to in order to burn that hulking figure into his brain pan. Man looked more ready for Mr. Universe than he did his crime scene. He was still in his dark blue service dress. The silver braid on his shoulder, freshly pressed by his wife, reminded him of comfortably at home. He was still in those dark blue service dress. He was still in that dark blue. He was still in that dark blue. He was still in that dark blue service dress. Nah, let's just say he was in that. He was in that dark blue service dress. The silver braid on his shoulder, freshly pressed by his wife, reminded him comfortably of home. When he got home, he'd have to remember to thank her for doing such a good job on short notice. The inspectors waiting for him could keep their emerald three-piece suits and white gloves, just like they could keep the stick that was firmly wedged up the backside. Just like they could keep the stick that was firmly wedged up their ass, letting them be puppeted about by the precious board of directors. They'd have to kill him if they wanted him to use that. They'd have to kill him if they wanted him in that kind of a uniform. Unlike many, unlike everybody else in this hellhole. Unlike everyone in the Corp, he still trusted the old ways, still thrived on the ethos that had put his people up by the bootstraps, up by the straps of their boots. More ready for Mr. Universe than a crime scene? Yeah! Yeah! I like that one. Still thrived on the ethos that had put his people up by the straps of their boots. He took one last long drag from his cigar before putting it out. Wait, hold on, I have an idea. He took one last long drag from his cigarette before putting the butt out on the silver of its engraved case. He tucked it away inside, not trusting place to keep from catching fire. Nah, let's just say... the one... Because you don't want to stand in ashtrays arrested by every door. One good thing about the corporations, they at least let their men smoke. Their shoes made no sound on the polished basalt floor. The pattern on their feet and something about the way they walked had them hover practically like ghosts from one step to the next. Trommlers, I believe, is the Planet's brand. I'm pretty sure that he would smoke Luckies, though. So Trommlers are the ones that... Okay, so the reason why everybody smokes cigarettes, alright? Chat, I want to let you in on something of the lore. The reason why everyone smokes all the time is that the cigarettes are laced. And so they prevent rejection for your augments. So everyone who has augments is smoking the cigarettes, so their body doesn't reject their augmentation. That's why everyone smokes. That's why, like, everyone smokes. And also, they already cured cancer, so, you know, kind of takes away the big negative for smoking. But yeah, if you don't want your augments to get rejected, you kind of have to smoke something because it's inhaled through the lungs. So not everybody's smoking because they want the nicotine, or they want, like, you know... They're the iodine capsules? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. So, everybody smokes. They've got a bunch of different cigarettes and all these different things. They have different ways that you can take it. Most people just smoke because it's the cheapest way to get it. It's not expensive or anything. It's just something you have to do. The shoes made no sound. The corporate goon's shoes made no sound on the polished basalt floor. The corporate goon's shoes made no sound on the polished basalt floor. The pattern on their feet and something about the way they walked had them hover practically like ghosts from one step to the next. Why not like an inhaler? People do that too. It's just cheaper to have it in the cigarettes, because there's no minimum pricing. Most people are having herbal cigarettes or whatnot. Some people take them in inhalers. You know. It's just the format that most people do. You know, I probably should actually have at least one person take it through an inhaler instead. Just to show that it is an option. Because it's an option in lore, right? Most people just smoke. Yeah. Because it's popular. It looks cooler. There's not that whole stigma against smoking like we have in the modern world. You know what? I think I will add somebody who takes it through an inhaler instead. Because it is a thing, right? It's a thing. The pattern on their feet and something about the way they walked had them hover practically like ghosts from one step to the next. The inhaler dude should be a wussy. Yeah! They smelled of standard issue cologne, almost stank of it. As they used just that little bit too much. You could smell them a meter off. And one of the things that made him crap for undercover work. One of the men, a real thin bastard with the name Los, inclined his head in a precise robotic motion. Inclined his head. at any given time. One of the men, a real thin bastard with the name Los, inclined his head in an uncanny way, like he was calculating every single angle to make the minimal movement at any given time. I thank you! I'm just happy that people enjoy reading this shit, or like hearing about it, you know what I mean? And I'm happy that people show up so often. Kimberly, I'm glad you decided to be a regular here. Genuinely. And hey, I also want to say that for Chili, Entropy, Potato, TB, Kerman, Barnes. Like all you folks, seriously. And all the lurkers out there too, genuinely. Thank you so much for deciding to tune in. Having people who are willing to like provide feedback or willing to even just like sit and listen as I write a damn book, it warms my heart. Genuinely. It warms my heart so much. When one was out Prussian in the Empire, you knew exactly they were full of themselves. You know what? I've decided this guy's gonna... those really hard-up fellas taking their anti-rejects to suppository. Everybody's taking their anti-rejects in different ways. It's just most people just smoke it. You're expected. Hopmeister Taylor, you are expected. Spoke with a smooth, nasally voice. With a smooth, nasally voice. Nah, do I want to have him have that? Nah. He spoke with a smooth, silky voice that didn't work with his rat-like face. Hopmeister Taylor, you are expected. He was as genuine as a 3 gold mark coin. Cast out of 10. Yeah, have yourself a good one. Always glad to have you drop in for a bit. Yeah. He spoke with a smooth, silky voice that didn't work with his rat-like face. Hopmeister Taylor, you were expected. There was joy in his tone, but it was lacking in every other aspect of the bastard. He was as genuine as a 3 gold mark coin cast out of 10. Hold on. I have an idea, chat. Hold on. I have an idea, chat. Hold on. It's time for a reference to something. There we go. About as genuine as a... He was as genuine as a 3 Xanthals. Xanthal Sander coin. Cast out of tungsten. Just the man about as far as he could throw one. There we go. Cut the anti-reject meds with Pervitin. We're gonna start cutting them with random shit. I am aware. Taylor answered in its typical clipped formal tone. His eyes were already taking every detail in of the two men. No, that's poorly written. I've traveled over 1,500 kilometers via the maglev system from Celis Bloom. He started keeping his tone professional as he could. There we go. There we go. Just have Taylor just passively bullying the guy for taking it via an inhaler instead of a cigarette. That right there says a lot. It's like, he's taking his meds like a kid. In order that I may view the body of my former partner, Criminal Hauptkommissar Reinhard Voss. Please lead. Lois's eyebrow twitched, and Taylor could tell in an instant what the man was thinking. Truth be told, truth be told, yeah! He started keeping his tone professional as he could, in spite of Lois still taking his meds like a kinder. Lois's eyebrows twitched. Dale could tell in an instant what the man was thinking. Truth be told, he'd been thinking the same, too, if the roles had been reversed. Having someone outside your apartment coming over and taking over. Always stunk. It always stunk like betrayal. No, if Lois spoke. Taylor still had the star of the letter in his breast pocket to force his way in. That little wax seal on its surface gave him all the confidence he'd need. He rubbed his finger slowly across its surface. It filled him with a deep-seated sense of joy to see the suit squirm. Filled him with a deep-seated sense of joy to see the suit squirm. He fought hard not to smile from ear to ear. While people like him were working, suits always tended to make the money. And even the fortune wasn't enough to keep him honest. For a second, he could swear they were going to turn him away. For a second, he could swear they were going to turn him away. For a second, he could swear they were going to turn him away. He noticed the other guy's hand inching slowly towards the gun in his shoulder holster. There was a terse pause that filled the air, a low hum in the back of his mind. The scrubbers for the air seemed to be working overtime on this floor. It got to the point he could no longer filter them out. There was a terse pause, and it filled the air. A low hum in the back of his mind. The scrubbers for this floor seemed to work. The scrubbers for this floor, seemed to be working overtime. He'd gotten to the point he could no longer he couldn't filter them out. Gotten to the point that he couldn't filter them out. He couldn't filter them out. He couldn't filter them out any more than he could filter out how much this whole operation stank. He felt ready to sneeze. He was allergic to bullshit. That line's so stupid! He felt ready to sneeze. He was allergic to bullshit. As you wish. Those paused for a moment, speaking to the tech beside him without meeting his eyes. You must be... Wait, hold on. Should be a semicolon. He felt ready to sneeze. Semicolon! He was allergic to bullshit! You know what? We'll do a full colon there. Fuck it. He felt ready to sneeze. He was allergic to bullshit. Nah. Colon. There's a full colon. Because it's connected to bullshit. And where does shit come from? Your colon. I guess it's semi comes from your colon. He turned before speaking to the tech beside him, without meeting his eyes. You must be the replacement. You're late. Without protest, the man turned right on the spot. It was an exact motion, as he lifted his leg slightly too high and spun on the ball of his heel before locking the foot back down with an audible clack. Hold on. No, I forgot that. No. Without protest. Los and the other investigator turned around on the spot. It was an exact motion. An exact motion. They lifted their legs. They lifted their leg! They lifted their leg slightly too high, spun the ball of his heel. Yeah. Each lifted his leg slightly too high and spun the ball of his heel before locking the other foot back down with an audible clack. It was perfectly in time. It was perfectly in time with the other member of security. Yet something about it lacked passion. Taylor, the two investigators, and the tech walked together down the long hallway. The apartment door was sealed with a single red evidence strip and a biometric lock. And a biometric lock. He flashed green when Los pressed his gloved thumb up against it after almost a full minute of awkward silence. The lock scanned every inch of his body. And even after it was done, he had to reset a passcode before the door would open. Wait, hold on. The door swung open to one side into the wall. Out of sight and out of mind. All the corporate buildings had those kind of impractical bells and whistles. Over time, they become as mundane as augments of pit units. Inside was an abject controlled chaos. Two more forensic techs in full-body clean suits had their faces hidden behind mirrored visors, which made it impossible to identify. Behind mirrored visors. He couldn't get even a glimpse of who was behind them. They were moving in slow, choreographed arcs with their electronic wands over each and every surface. The third tech joined the first two and got to work. He was a fair bit taller, but still held himself with a bit of professionalism. It would be nice if you spent more time studying and less at the gym. His motions were amateurish, lacking the fluidity Taylor had come to expect from corporate forensics. To one side was a photographer, taking the occasional high-resolution still with his print-on-demand camera. Every 30 centimeters or so was another evidence placard numbered in Latin and katakana. It felt wrong to see the katakana next to the Imperial Standard. Cut him to the bone. The merger with the Asiatic bloc could be the death of the Empire. He could feel it in his bones. There was a heavy stench of blood over everything. It filled his nose and almost covered the faintest smell of flowers. He wondered if someone had been trying to cover up something before leaving. As he put the little bags over his shoes. Strange thing was, Strange thing was, the flower scent was so distant. Lowe spoke without looking up from his pad. Take another drag off his inhaler. Official preliminary finding. Murder-suicide. The director Amelia Forsyth was stabbed 21 times with a Tonto blade with the insignia of K.H.K. Voss. His words were mechanical and deliberate. As he spoke, Taylor slowly made his way further into the room. Voss's inhaler. Voss's empty inhaler. Court is confirmed by DNA on the bed linen and by corporate medical records gained from her contraceptive implant. Lowe spun on his heel again, looking still to the pad as Taylor leaned down beside the body of his former partner. We believe Frau Director Forsyth wanted to end things between them, and the two had an altercation. Voss then self-terminated. Voss then self-terminated. Taylor squatted down low to look at the whole place, taking in its surroundings while those carried on. Case will be closed by 1800 today. The company requests minimal publicity and expects your full cooperation to that end. We thank you in advance for it. Taylor's eyes moved across the scene in a slow, methodical grid pattern. He tightened his gaze, trying to take in every single detail he could. There was nothing that was going to escape him this time. It didn't matter if Voss had done it, nor if this was a cover-up. The only thing that mattered to Taylor was the truth. Director Amelia lay on her back, arms flung wide to either side, legs spread as if she'd fallen from a high spot. 21 wounds. There were 21 wounds, yes. Chaotic on the surface, but as you looked closer, they were too chaotic. To an almost mathematical degree. It was hard to tell from a quick glance, but the more he looked at it, the clearer it became. Blood splatter on the ceiling was perfectly elliptical. No cast-off from a struggling attacker. There was minor splatter on the floor near her body. Only a few drops. Reinhardt was sat in a marble bathtub, still wearing his corporate suit. The injury wound was a perfect circle, just left of the right supraorbital foramen. The exit had removed most of the occipital bone. His pistol was rested in his right hand. One round fired, muzzle angled upward. Hadn't managed to fall from his grip. In fact, his grip was rock solid on the handle of the gun. His left hand still held the silver badge that once belonged to the Frau Director on the living room floor. As he looked closer at it, he noticed the emblem on the back of Reinhardt's hand. Reinhardt's hand. It wasn't the company seal, not even the planetary, but the Imperial. Just barely visible on the back of his glove. He wasn't aware that Reinhardt had managed to move so far up in the world, but it confirmed his own suspicions to as the Kaiser had approved their little excursion. He's gonna need to thank Junior for making it happen. He's gonna need to thank Vincenz for making it happen. Reinhardt's shoes were polished to a mirror shine that Taylor could see himself in. He could see the string beam watching him over his shoulder, and took note of the micro-moves in his expression. He silently flicked the safety off his pistol. There was blood on the soles of his exterior shoes. But not the top, nor the sides. That's when it hit him. Reinhardt was wearing his outdoor shoes. Taylor's eyes widened, looking at the shoes for a long moment. He rose back to a stand. Suddenly moving over to the front door of the apartment. Sure enough, inside the cubbyhole there they were. A pair of interior shoes for a man and another pair for a woman. He walked back over to the body, kneeling down beside it, and looked down on her legs. She was wearing her high heels. Taylor spoke for the first time since entering. His voice was perfectly level. Inspector, under paragraph 84 of the Criminal Procedure Code, with Article 17 of the 1964 Colonial Corporate Cooperation Agreement, I am formally taking joint authority over this investigation. He stood back up, adjusting the tie of his uniform. This scene is frozen until the independent pathologist from Freiburg lands. Anyone who moves another marker answers to a mixed imperial corporate tribunal. Questions? Los's face didn't change, but the temperature in the room dropped 3 degrees as the HVAC kicked off in almost perfect timing. Hauptmeister, this incident occurred under the jurisdiction of HBKKT Security. Your request is noted and will be forwarded. Taylor reached into his inner pocket and produced a single red envelope. In silence, he popped his spring blade from the back of the telescope and baton and used it to break the seal. From within its depths, he removed a sheet of heavy cream paper. The Imperial Eagle watermark was visible plain as day in bright white light of the work lights. He held it out between 2 fingers. It has already been forwarded by His Majesty's Kanzleramt, signed by General Piotr and by the chairman of HBK himself, effectively 0547 this morning. For the first time, Los looked directly at him. Taylor met the stare unblinking, chin parallel to the floor, shoulders square. He held that moment as long as he could before holding the paper up one more time. He was not about to allow the investigator to look away, not even for a second. Los took the papers with 2 gloved fingers, read it once, folded it exactly along the original crease, and folded it exactly along the original crease. Yeah, there we go. He lowered it back into his envelope and handed it into the grasp of Taylor once more. C'est vous, Herr Hauptmeister. The scene is yours until the independent pathologist arrives. The words were soft and calm. The words were soft and calm, but Taylor noticed that little vein on his forehead throbbing. Taylor removed his cover. He finally removed his cover, tucked it precisely under his left arm, and stepped forward until his polished boots touched the first evidence marker. He cleared his throat to gain the attention of the rest of the room. He spoke quietly, formally. First evidence marker. There you go. There we go. Oh. He spoke quietly, formally. Reinhard, alter Kamerad. the Kriken Dasan. He cleared his throat to gain the attention of the rest of the room, and louder to the room, loud enough he knew they could all hear him. All personnel except forensics and the coroner, clear the scene immediately. I am assuming direct scene security until pathologist from Freiburg arrives. No further photographs, no further samples without my signature. Two of the clean-suited techs froze. The third kept working for a moment longer. Yet again. The tiny woman taking photographs made her leave. The tiny woman taking photographs made her leave, walking right out from the room. Los opened his mouth, closed it, put his hand on his chest, then bowed. The apartment fell silent, except for the low cycling of the HVAC and the soft drip of blood that had found a hairline crack in the Italian marble. Its dripping was rhythmic, borderline hypnotic. And also, the only sound left in the room. And also the only sound left in the room. Taylor stood alone between the body of his partner, Reinhardt, and that of Frau Director Forsyth, the woman he'd supposedly been having an affair with. He reached into his pocket, produced a fresh pair of white gloves embossed with the planetary seal, and slid them into place with a snap. Looking down at the body, he caught a small glint of metal he hadn't noticed before. It was stuck down into the pocket of his jacket. Pocket of Reinhardt's jacket. It was stuck in the pocket of Reinhardt's jacket. Something he remembered from a long time ago but couldn't quite place. He leaned down, grabbing the challenge coin from Reinhardt's breast pocket. He locked his eyes on it. The entire world faded away except for him and it. When he got back, he needed to let Catherine know what was going on. It was going to be a long night. Taylor felt cold metal against his temple. And, by the way, we're probably going to add a chapter between these two. I just don't know what to put there yet. I'm not entirely certain what to put there yet. But, it'll be something. So there's going to be a chapter between chapter 21 and 22. I just don't know what to put there. I got to figure out something. Maybe that'll be the tank scene. I don't know. I want to have at least one scene where a tank has a fight. And it'll be fun. You know what I mean? There will be a scene where a tank fights. You will believe a tank can fight, chat. You will believe a tank can fight. And then we'll read the last chapter that I've got right now. Bang, bang, bang! Los's pistol clattered to the ground against the tile of the bathroom floor. Bits of tile rained down either side. From where the round had made impact. Debris clouded the air, hanging for a moment. He spit up blood, looking down at his own chest. The gun in his hand was knocked aside by a target. The man had clearly expected to become. By a target the man had clearly... What? What? The gun in his hand knocked aside. I wrote this when I was so fucking out of it, chat. Hold on. The gun in his hand knocked aside by his own target. That's what I meant. He spit up blood looking down at his own chest. The gun in his hand knocked aside by his own target he'd been expecting to catch by surprise. He fell first down to his knees, then over to one side as the blood pooled from his stomach. One shot to his chest, the other to his back. Color drained from his face as he started to close up slowly into a ball. The two of the men in clean suits had just shot both investigators on the spot. Yeah, I'm gonna actually add a slight thing. There we go. Just add it. Why the fuck not? Why'd he leave? Why'd he come back? Who knows? The two men in clean suits. Yeah, two of the men in clean suits. Yeah, there we go. Two of the men in clean suits. And just shot both the investigators. On the spot. Taylor slowly raised his hands up to either side, dropping his gun to the ground with a light clatter, still half expecting to be shot dead on the spot. The taller of the two figures took a step forward, tapping the side of his visor to reveal the face beneath. A badly battered and bruised old friend. You know, just because you were right doesn't make all this. He waved a finger around as the second clean-suited figure started to move to patch up the downed investigator. A good idea. His hand stuffed his 10mm pistol back down on his side as the other clean-suited agents held their hands up high. The third. Taylor let out a low sigh, running his hand down his face. His heart was still thumping from having just had the inspector's gun pressed against his forehead. The whole situation was already spiraling. He took in a deep breath of air, shuddering with it, as he tried to bring it all back into focus. He visualized himself mentally flicking off a literal switch in his brain and forced himself back into a calm position, grabbing hold of the coin his former part in his pocket and placing it into a single evidence bag. His hands were still shaking for a few moments as he tried to put the whole situation together. I think that's exactly what it means, Briggs. Taylor picked his pistol back up from the ground, checking the magazine one more time to count his rounds. A plan's only as good as its results, and not being dead's a fairly good result. His voice was low and deliberate, overly professional. What the hell are you doing out of prison? Taylor looked up at him for a moment. Just shooting corporate investigators for fun? Hey, trust me. When I agreed to night shift, this wasn't exactly what I had in mind. Briggs walked over and kicked away the pistol of the second investigator as he crawled for it. He crouched down to pick the man up and tend to his injury, yet in flipping him over, the man's eyes rolled shut. Fuck, things are about to get loud in here. Why the hell did you save me? Taylor spoke, looking down to his own hands. Looking down towards his own hands, towards the pooling blood on the bathroom floor. Taylor put his gun back in his holster before moving over to the body of the downed inspector. He reached into the first aid kit on his belt, trying to stem the bleeding on the very man who was about to shoot him dead on the spot. About to shoot him dead. He may have been a corporate cog, but he was still deserving of a fair trial. May have been a corporate cog. Well, they tried to kill him, but he was still... No, I don't need that bit, because I already wrote that bit. Yeah, that's right. Because Semper Fi still means something to me. Briggs called over, already looking for a potential escape from the building, avoiding looking directly at him. When you get moving, Taylor. He ran over to the window, looking out for something that Taylor couldn't see. The disappointed expression on the man's face said it all clear as day. I've done everything completely by the books. They shouldn't have a problem, I'll just radio it in. Taylor reached for his radio and started to key it, but there was only static. Briggs didn't even flinch for a second. Taylor looked into the radio on his shoulder. He tried to key it one more time. Only more empty static. He closed his eyes, tight as they would go. They're not coming, are they? Briggs' voice came back calm, collected, and more than a bit distant. Never planned to. We either move or we get ventilated. That little letter from my father's about as good as toilet paper in the HK block, and you know it. Briggs drug him back to a stand with one arm forcing under the armpit to rip him back up. Drug him back. Drug him up. Drug him up with one arm, forcing under his armpit to rip him back to a stand. We got about 90 seconds once they realized that skinny pal of yours didn't just dome you. He was already running back to the front door of the apartment, his boots echoing out against crunching glass. Unless you want to give him a second chance. I'm here on official duty for... Taylor spoke obstinately, putting his foot down. 90 seconds can start any second, Taylor. Hold on. There we go. Ah, okay. Yeah, I need to get this right. I've messed some shit up. It should be very clear that I have written some of this shit and then come back to adjust this shit when I was not paying attention. That's also part of why I do this stuff while we're on live here, so I can try and ask myself, hey, past me, what the fuck was I writing here? We got about 90 seconds once they realize that Skinny Palios didn't just dome you. Unless you want to give them a second chance. There we go. We'll get rid of that. We'll just get rid of that whole section there. There we go. Yeah, no. Spoke without. Want me to put the round in your head or them? Because somebody, maybe a lot of somebodies, aren't walking out of here. The second tech suddenly ran for the front door of the room, stacking up to its side before pushing it open. We're pushing the button to open it. No good. Without a key's signature, that thing will tear your friend up. And the voice that came from the suit had a thick Russian accent, but the visor was still pitch black. Pitch black. Whoosh! Whoosh. Yeah! Whoosh! No good. Without a key signature, that thing will tear your friend up. Let's see here. The visor was still pitting black. Tyler's breath was cold and steady as he distanced himself out from his own mind. He ducked down beside the body of the downed inspector and just started stripping the man to his underwear. He took his boot knife, cut a few key spots on the jacket and pants so they could at least loosely fit over him. You better know what the hell you're doing. Panzer here, engine tired. Howdy, 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 howdy. Hello! Hi, Panzer, welcome in. It's good to see you, genuinely. I am working on the last chapter of what I've got written right now, and then I think next time we do any of, like, this sort of stuff, I'm probably going to be working on a brand new chapter, that I'm going to insert somewhere. I've got some chapters I need to insert, and I'm not sure where to insert them. I don't know. I'll level with you. I have no idea. Of course we do. There we go. Of course we do. We're not rank and file fuck-ups. We're professional fuck-ups.
What you up to? I'm working on my book, and it makes me happy. I'm working on my book. Yeah.
What if I... Hold on. Same here. Been doing it lately. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Books are fun.
Guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Shady's back.
Shady's back, Shady's back, Shady's back.
Wow.
Let me see. The three men in clean suits had just shot both the investigators on the spot. There we go. My damn thing's about 10 to 13 years old. Well, then keep working on it. You'll finish it eventually. As long as you keep working, what's it matter, right? Shit. Just keep doing things. Keep having fun. Enjoy. Live. Who cares whether it gets done tomorrow or 10 years from now? Or 30 years from now? As long as it gets done, right? Got a big upgrade to it recently, thank God. Hell yeah. I've been doing IT lately. Ah. Tech support. I see. Oh, tech support! On the book. Ah, okay. Let's see. Ah. Mm-hmm. Shit is so old. It's on notebook paper. Oh, man. That makes me remember of the ThinkPad, the original one, where it's got like the word think on it, and it's literally a pad for thinking into. With holes and small tears in it? I see. I see. I see. Alright, let's do this the hard way. Brick grabbed a hold of the inspector's upper body, but the unclean suited tech grabbed the lower. Two men then started putting Los into Taylor's old uniform. Using the body to cover the upper half of the exposed form. Taylor's old uniform. Using the jacket. Using the jacket. Yeah, there we go. Word almost faded. Yeah. Think book. Think pad. Think! Think! Taylor could see inside the mask of the second man. For the first time, a pair of purple eyes, a bit of red hair inside. Why the fuck did you bring a damn Soviet with you, Briggs? He's already reaching down towards his gun. The Russian slapped his hand off it. You know, Kaiser, someday I'm going to stop hiding bodies for you. You know, Kaiser, someday I'm going to stop holding bodies for you. Not today. Not someday.
Luckily, I wrote it again on the same paper. Good. Good. Good, yes. Keep writing. Write all the things.
Also, policeman, if you ever call me that again, I'll finish what this traitor tried to start. And I will do it slowly. Alright, we try the elevators first. Brick spoke in a cold voice as he raised the jacket to better cover Los's face to hide it from the cameras. Everyone walked deliberate and comfortable. We should be out of here easy. The cart skid out, clattering against the plush carpeting of the floor of the hallway. Its wheels rolled along. The cart skid out, clattering against the plush carpeting on the floor of the hallway. Period. Its wheels ricketed along as the group walked split to the front and back of it. Forearm men ready to... It was almost too easy. Taylor grabbed the clipboard from the side of the bench before holding it in his hands. Grab the bench. Holding it in his hand. Yeah, no. Holding it tight. Holding it tight. He tried. As he tried to keep his steps deliberate, quick, and practiced. They reached the elevator door. Briggs Slayer's ID against the list panel. The others working Overwatch while trying to look calm and collected. Dong, dong, dong. The light switched to dark red, and the elevator shut off completely. Sword, sync watches, Briggs called out. The three men.
Dr. Urime right at...
Oh, hey, Brolime, how you doing, dude? Hey, everybody, I'm Himawari Kotetsu, and I'm writing a book on stream. Hello, everyone. I'm Himawari Kotetsu, your Tokusatsu villain Vtuber, and I write books sometimes on stream. Doctor 1098. 0 out of 100 out of 10. Mind ride! I love that little, like, dancing emoticon there. Hey, how's it going? So, yes, I am a loser who writes books on stream. It's true. It's true. I hope you had a good stream, my bro, my dude. Brolime, have yourself a good night. Thank you for bringing your autists here. I will take care of them. I will take care of them. I may even call them slurs. But that is the risk I am willing to take. For the sake of the funny. Sadly, I gotta fix some of the book stories. Because like a 2 year, it's like 2 leap years. I feel like you're losing a lot of character progression. Well, you're gonna lose shit. Right? Shit, what you got? I'm not tistic, but I am slurs. Slurs, 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 slurs! Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, yes, here's your superstar knight. Yeah, you know who this is. It's your one and only Pippa in the house. You know how it's gonna go down with me. I'm about to tell you. So listen good. Here I come to make idle eyes on me. No eyes on you. You think I'm silly. I'm here to save the world. I'm gonna...
Gotta wake up in like 4 hours, but I hope you have a great stream. Oh, hey, no problem. Hope you had a good stream. I hope you had fun watching Brolime. Hope you had time.
I am the only one.
Hope you sleep well. Ah! Ah! Yeah, have yourself a good one. I'm gonna go back to writing. Pah! Also, if you guys have any like suggestions or anything, feel free. I know none of you know what I'm writing about, but don't worry. I don't know what I'm doing. Raiders? Yes, Raiders! We got raided by Brolime! The man who bought pictures of mailman man-ass on the internet. It's true, he did.
Soft mission complete. We did it. Get away from the penis! Get away from the penis! Go!
Oh, Harry.
I forgot! It's been so long since we had... It's true! I saved it! Forgot what they call... when you have, like, years in the book to skip progress. I don't know. I think it's, like, just, skip forward or something. Skip jack? I don't know. English is bad, as far as languages go. Dong, dong, dong. The light switched to dark red, and the elevator shut off completely. Sword, sync watches. Do I allow that message? Yes, you do. Hey, don't be mean! He made the dude shave before paying for the anus pics. It's the unfortunate truth. Oh, man. I can't believe you made the guy shave first. Holy shit, that's awful. This is terrible. These are the things we have to deal with. 'Cause these are the days we're given, and this is a life worth living. So yes, welcome to me writing a book. Yes, it is the most hype stream action. You get to watch a man, a grown manly man, write a book. It's so exciting! And there's even words that are spelled right occasionally. Yes. I was even gonna say, don't let it through. That's cursed information. Listen, cognito hazards are for everyone. Is that gonna have to be awkwardly added to the allowed word list? We're just gonna add the word anus. Hey, Mr. Kotetsu. That'd be Mr. Himawari. Oh, sorry, Mr. Himawari. Why do you have the word anus on your allowed words list? Well, because it's a medical term. And we like the science here. We believe in science sometimes, on occasion. Not really. But you know what? We pretend to believe in science here. For a little bit, at least. The light switched to dark red and the elevator shut off completely. Swords, smith, sync watches. There we go. Briggs held out. The three men suddenly tapping the side of their watches. Even Taylor working out of habit. Even Taylor tapped his. Comma, working out of habit. Now I'm gonna have to add anus, but it's capitalized too! Damn it! Curse you, pleasure pair! Now we have anus and anus all capitals! Ah! Attack of the killer anus! I do my best. What do you even do? I do my best. To post anus in various styles of capitalization, so you can have a big old wall of anus. Here's anus with a capital A. Here's anus with a capital S. Here's anus, but it's all capital. Here's anus and the U is capital. Oh, look, I have all these anuses framed. There's so many framed anuses. It's great. Trust me. We love it here. Framed anus for everyone. Yeah, that's what I do here now. I'm the anus Vtuber. Look at me. I'm the anus Vtuber. Yeah, anus. Woo! I just heard somebody else in the building. I don't know if you picked that up. But somebody else in the house just said woo anus back. Fuck. Oh, anyway, I'm writing a book. I'm a very mature man. I take myself very seriously. If you want any sort of funny business, you won't have it here. We do things seriously. We do things maturely. And most importantly, we do things out of spite. All right, everybody? All right. Let's see. So I've got these swords. We had Smith on there. Hell yeah. Should be cleaner access 4 floors up. 4 floors up. Briggs took the small cylinder from his chest rig and pressed the top of it before tossing it into the hull. A bright flash of light filled the way before fading, the turret twitching on the ceiling. Sword took a small syringe from his first aid kit, a Minuteman shot. Taylor recognized He popped off the lid before slamming it into the chest of Los, of all things. Already pulling the straps off, as the man's eyes shot wide open, before he could react. before he could react, Smith slammed Los's head against the sensor lock on the door. A moment passed before it beeped, opening the way to the stairwell. Excuse me. Whoosh! All the doors must have a whoosh sound! It beeped, sliding open the way to the stairwell. Briggs didn't even pause before hauling the body up to his shoulder with a groan. Bang! Bang! One shot to the camera on the landing, a second to the IR strobe for the fire alarm. It looked like Briggs had been spending time at the prison range. And he paid off. The alarm system suddenly kicked into action. As Smith began to unfold his PDW. Locking against his arm. He's never going to survive the trip. He's never going to survive the trip, Sword said with a grunt, already running through the open door. They could hear boots running up the stairs, already from the lower floors. Which one of us is the doctor? Sword spoke as he followed him close behind. Doesn't matter. He's our star witness. Briggs ran past him into the stairwell, already heading up. We still need to try, damn it. Their footsteps were silenced by the new pair of shoes Taylor had thrown on. Not a single one of them making a sound as they rushed from one step to the next. Period. He hated every single thing about the suit as he ran along, just like he felt about the whole damn situation. But he had to admit, it did make him feel powerful. For just a moment. That thought alone made him feel guilty to the core. That thought alone made him feel guilty to the core. Yeah, there we go. That thought alone made him feel guilty to the core and want to throw off the uniform to the ground. Taylor holstered his pistol before drawing the SMG, blowing out the camera and IR strobe on each of the landings. He would have to dab fast if he wanted to keep up. The flechette rounds barely made a sound as they left the barrel, slammed into the electronics, giving them a moment of cover. They bounded to their floor and stacked up on the door. Taylor took a moment to shoot out the guy on camera on the next alien as well. They were moving like an actual fire team. Yeah! Briggs slammed Lowe's face down into the next one as well. Taylor could see the man's eyes rolling about and the distant expression on his face. The inspector seemed to be having a good time, at least, as he was bleeding out. As he was bleeding out on Briggs' shoulder. He still didn't know what the hell they put in the mix, but he'd seen a lot of it on the streets. He still didn't know what the hell they put in the mix, but he'd seen a lot of it on the streets. There we go. On the other side of the doorway, a collection of workers were wandering about. It was clear people weren't taking the lockdown seriously. Whoosh! I love the idea of them doing this, like, tactical bullshit, and you just keep hearing the Star Trek style whoosh, whoosh, every time a door opens. On the other side of the doorway, a collection of workers were wandering about. It was clear people weren't taking the lockdown seriously, at least until the moment their group... So where Doss Taylor a second magazine from his pouch, which he almost didn't catch. He was in good shape, but this much running up flights of stairs was enough to wind him. He felt like he was going to fall over if they had to move much further. There we go. Down on the ground, official Imperial business, Taylor shouted out. First in German, then Japanese. People instantly fell down to the pass, their faces following along with orders. Smith was throwing plastic cups on people, seemingly at random. Briggs took Los off his shoulder again, only for one last door. Only one last door to unlock, but the door wouldn't open. The man was limp in his hand. Just lost our star witness! He dropped the body down to the ground in a half-naked pile before setting 4 rounds at the door's lock. He's not dead till he's warm. He's not dead till he's warm dead. Briggs and Taylor pulled their boots back and kicked it hard, forcing it open to one side. Before running in and towards the door on the far side. Before running in and towards the window. Towards the large bay window. They turned back around, helping Sword drag the body. Nah. Before the cart could even stop, before running in and towards the large bay window, the 4 men leapt through the window. Leapt through the window! Into the harsh, frozen air of the dark side. The dark side of the planet. As they landed, the cart creaked and squeaked, swinging back and forth under the light gravity and intense winds. From so high up. Before the cart could even stop swinging, the blast doors slammed shut. The entire building hard locked down. For the first time since they started running, Taylor could breathe. And properly think. Breathe. He could properly think! Yes. Low gravity and high wind continue to throw them. Throw them back and forth against the hard rails either side of the cleaning platform as it rapidly raised higher and higher into the air. Sword was muttering prayers under his breath. And Smith was clinging hard to the platform for dear life. Sword slammed his hand against the medical box on the side of the platform, Started passing out air masks to each of them. The world was so cold up here, and yet somehow he felt almost unnaturally warm inside of the stolen outfit. It was an unnatural warmth. It was an unnatural warmth that reeked of, an unnatural warmth that reeked of overpriced cologne. Sword was taking the time to tend to Los. The time to tend to Los. Yeah. Going through complex medical procedures that Taylor frankly couldn't understand. The man could have been casting literal magic for as much as he knew. He knew how to kill a man, not how to bring one back to life. You almost hoped the Rusky knew necromancy. Yeah! Alright, we are almost done with this. As they raised to the roof of the hab block, Taylor blinked several times. He could see a woman about the same height as his Hinayana, with the same brilliant red hair of Sword, a bundle in a thick winter jacket. She was standing at the foot of the helicopter pad surrounded by corpses, and looked genuinely happy as she ripped off her mask for a quick drag of her cigarette. It was the same woman that had been taking photos back at the crime scene. Took your sweet time, she offered before leading the group back to the back of the big... There. She offered... Up to the ramp. Into the back of the VTOL! There we go! The ramp leading into the back of the VTOL. Into the back. The VTOL. The pitch black, unmarked VTOL. What? Didn't your perfect plan work? Thought you didn't need me this time. Do things ever go to plan? Do things ever go to plan? Sword spoke with a laugh and a smile, his voice half out of breath and barely holding on. Almost dying is half the fun. The other half's red and blue lasers. As Taylor stepped in the back of the craft, his eyes went wide, and the bottom of his stomach dropped out completely. He snapped to a sudden attention, feeling more awake than he had in his entire life. Every fiber of his body was placed into the effort as he locked his attention exactly into place. The words he never thought he would ever have to say flowed forth from him for the first time since he'd been a boy. The man before him was only in his 30s, and was dressed in a simple uniform, no different than any of the thousands of soldiers that Taylor had seen. But in a single instance he recognized the man before him. When Wilhelm V spoke, it was calm and well collected. The corporate representatives of this world, and those of several others of recent days, have of recent days seemingly forgotten who it is that owns the state. His voice was soft-spoken, yet rang out over the sound of the craft. I am of full intent to remind them, by all means rendered available unto me. He motioned to one of the 5 empty seats in the craft. The other 5 filled with men in sleek, dark blue, featureless armor. Take your seat. We will be taking off soon. So soon as my son and his men board. And I need to work on that speech a bit. I need to work on, like, this shit. How's the plot going? Well, I'm about ready to wrap up the stream because we've got everything done right now that I really need to do. I do want to start a brand new chapter at some point that I can slot in. It's got a tank combat. I really want to do a tank scene. I want to do a scene where a tank fights a mech and wins. Is that so much to ask? Chat, is that so much to ask? Really? Really? Is it so much to ask that I just want to have a tank and a mech fight each other and have it be really fucking funny? Because the tank just kind of like one-shot cores the mech. And then everybody asks questions. Oh, wow! What? What? I think it'd be a fun scene! Really now? Yes. Yes, I think it'd be fun. Also, what I want to do is I want to have a scene where a... Okay, so basically, here's how the hierarchy works, chat. I've written this out before, but I'm gonna real quick, like, zoom in here. There we go. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. So, here's how it goes. I'm gonna increase the font here so you guys can see it even better. So, okay. Alright, so... Police IT is less, or is less than tank, right? I'm getting ready to finish things up here. Give me a second here. I'm doing the explanation here. And then we're gonna raid into somebody else. So police IT is less than tank. Tank is less than military IT. Alright? Military IT is less than demon, and demon is less than angel. Alright? There's your hierarchy of equipment. Alright? And I'm gonna show that shit, and it's gonna be fucking great. If you wonder why is he putting demons and angels in his mech thing? Don't worry, I'll get to it. It's fine. So anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you guys for having a wonderful time. As always, I appreciate every single one of you. I want to thank you for tuning in. Thank you for having fun. Thank you for being amazing. Seriously, I appreciate so many folks. So many folks. I would like to just thank you all for having a wonderful day. Thank you. Now, I will raid you to elsewhere. No, I don't know where elsewhere is. Are demons and angels used to power ITs? Or the mechs powered by them called? No, the mech... Okay, if you power a mech with a demon, it's called a demon. If you power a mech with an angel, it's called an angel. Is that an Evangelion reference? Kind of. But yeah, no. Yeah. What? If you power the mech with a demon, it becomes a demon. Alright? If you power the mech with an angel, it becomes an angel. But that's an... Is that an engine type? Yes. Yes. Because the suits are named after the engine type. So you have the police IT, the PIT, the MIT. The PIT is police, ironclad, troopy. The MIT is military, ironclad, troopy. Alright? And then, you know, we just go from there, right? So that's what I want to do. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for being amazing. Thank you guys for having a wonderful time. It's been a good time as always. Shank you, shank you, shank you. Shank you, shank you. I'm gonna shank you. Shank, 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 shank! Nobody's live right now on YouTube, so there's nobody I can raid. But, well, we tried. Everybody enjoy. Good night and God bless everybody. Good night.